Ghana. All right, that's far. Which country? Ghana. Nice, nice. So we're spreading our wings. That's nice. Um, it's okay. I'm also from far away, so it's fine. So yeah, and not only do we have community players, I understand we also have some startups in the room. So can I just see, raise your hand if you're working currently in a startup? Any startups in the room? One, two, three. All right. Nice, nice, nice. So yeah, welcome everyone. We're hoping to have 2 days of fruitful discussions. This is not meant to be a one-sided discussion. It's meant to be a series of workshops. So be ready to work. We started a little bit late, but that's just to give you an opportunity to catch up with your emails. But from now on, hopefully you don't need to work on your computers so much, so you can spend the next 2 days here. Because it's not the first time we're doing this. We've done this before in Kenya and in Namibia. We want to just give you some tips on how to make this the most productive event. And one of them is really to use the unique opportunity of having so many bright minds in the same room from different ecosystem players in the startup community from the region, and really, really use the opportunity to be here in this room for the next 2 days. I know there's a lot of distractions. I know there's a lot of emails waiting, a lot of stuff going on. The world doesn't stop. But for the next 2 days or the next few hours today, let's try to be here and contribute as much as possible with our presence and with our minds to the discussions that are happening here. Is that good with you? Yeah? Does it make sense? Is that asking too much? No? All right, good. So to welcome you all here, I want to invite Arthur from Innovation Village, who has been so gracious to welcome us all in their country. So Arthur, please, let's give him a big round of applause.
Morning, everybody. Can we all hear me okay? Brilliant. Arthur Mukembo here, lead Future Lab Studio. But I think before I give some remarks, I'll just invite my team to briefly come up and wave to you. Susan, Tracy, team, are you around? Yeah? Awesome. I just wanted them to say a quick hi. That's Ivan. Ivan, do you want to shout what you do for the team? Excellent. I think we have some more hiding in the back there. Tracy and team? Oh, hi. There's Ernie. That's Tracy. They're all part of our team. And a few more that you'll be meeting during the day. The idea is if you have any question, any comment, any feedback for us and for the Garage 48 team, feel free to reach out to any of the team that's in here for any housekeeping issues. They'll be able to support you. I think just to mention the Wi-Fi code is up there. We've got the ladies' bathrooms at the back, the gents at the bottom. Please feel free to enjoy the space as much as possible. To tell you a little bit about the Innovation Village, we're one of Uganda's leading ecosystem conveners, and that's why we're very interested in this conversation. We work with micro and small enterprises, with startups, work with corporate partners, enablers like government and so on and so forth, and we're all just united in one thing. How do we help bring ideas to life? Around that, one of the key focuses for us is on the tech and tech-enabled ecosystem, which is where the Future Lab Studio in particular comes into play. So Future Lab Studio works with those who are building tech and tech-enabled processes, systems, ventures, and products. And we just basically work with you to bring this into reality. And what we say is that we convene opportunities, tools, and capital around these ideas that are working on impactful problems in the world to try and bring scalable solutions to them that are not only relevant in Uganda, but apply across the rest of the world. At the Innovation Village, I think our real passion is seeing entrepreneurs thrive. So I'm very keen today to reflect with the rest of the people in the ecosystem around how are you helping entrepreneurs thrive. We're also very keen to leverage this opportunity to learn how we can create opportunities in Uganda for the startups that you're supporting, and conversely as well, how you can enable Ugandan startups to expand to each of your markets as well. Ultimately, we are stronger together. We have a great opportunity in the East African community. We have a great opportunity in the Africa continental free trade area. So since we're some of the brightest minds in this industry, I would be very keen to learn from all of you. And I encourage you to take the most of this opportunity and really engage with each other and learn from each other. I think throughout the day we'll have an opportunity to get to know each other. Please use that opportunity. But on behalf of our leadership at the Innovation Village, CK, our team lead, myself, a couple of others, and our team that you'll be seeing today and throughout the rest of this time, I'd like to welcome you to this engagement. We'll have a better opportunity to engage throughout the day, but please make the most of it. Maria and team are here for you. We're here to learn from you as well. Anything you need, please let us know. It's a pleasure. Good to see you all. Cheers.
All right, thank you so much for that. And also to welcome you all and say a few words about Garage 48 and a little bit about the activities that Garage 48 is doing in Africa and a little bit about Estonia. Then I'd like to welcome here the CEO of Garage 48, Mari Hanikat. So please give her a warm welcome.
Hey, good to be here. I will briefly talk about what Garage 48 does and what brought us here, basically. So Garage 48 has been organizing hackathons and ideations and all sorts of startup events for 12 years already. And I think we are one of the hackathon organizers with like the longest track record, really, or at least one of the longest. We did them when they were not popular. We've organized them all around the world in 35 countries. And, in the online era, we have organized them worldwide as well. 250 plus events and counting. And this is the second event, it's the third event already, that we have done in the Empowering the Startup Community Workshop series. And the idea to organize this kind of a workshop, it came from our own experience in building the startup ecosystems. We're not trying to teach or lecture you from our own experience, but we have seen quite a bit. We have had, of course, my own personal experience comes from Estonia, but we've done so much in Ukraine, in all over Eastern Europe for the startup ecosystem. Garage 48 mainly is usually working with the startups in the very early stage of their life cycle. So we're working on the ideation phase. We're working on very early stage team phase when they're working with their prototypes. And then later on when they're trying to build their prototype into fully functioning service or a product. And this is our core activity. And this is something we still do very much. And 3 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, when we actually left the Uganda, when the Ugandan lockdown began, when the lockdown in the whole world began in 2020, we realized that as an organization, because we're not publicly funded organization, we are still pretty much acting as a startup. We are a super lean team. Everyone is doing absolutely everything. So anyway, in the beginning of 2020, all of the lineup of our events, of our activities, was just suddenly disappeared. We didn't really have even, I don't know, perhaps we could have lasted 6 months max to provide the salaries for the people and to keep the company up. But then we kind of figured out that, okay, we could do what we have done so far. We could take the activities online. And then the whole online era of the hackathons began. And that's also how the EU Africa, the journey began. I think you can see the hashtag. And EU Africa, the journey is the kind of event where actually a lot of you have partnered up as community partners as well. It's bringing young people and young startup teams from all across Africa, from all across Europe together to tackle different problems. And I think it's altogether 11 topic areas. And the prize fund is pretty significant. And after that, they also have a full-on acceleration program. What makes this program really special is that it's not funded by one single partner. It really is fundraised fully by us. The fundraising is driven by us, and it has supporters both from Africa, both from Europe. And we want to organize this year, this particular event also for the third time. We're in the fundraising process. At the moment, it looks like one of the biggest stakeholders will be the African Union or European Union delegation, African Union, and then tons of like development cooperation programs that are also helping us out. But yeah, looking forward to make it happen also this year. 3,000 participants, 100 plus mentors, and 200 plus community partners from both different continents. So, do you want to help me? Estonia.
Actually, in a lot of countries, yeah. Then Pipedrive, the CRM software, anyway, a bunch of other startups, but a lot of them were born in Estonia, and this comes as a combination of some government initiatives, which we can discuss during the next few days, but also a lot of community ecosystem initiatives to make sure these startups thrive. And in such a small country, they have opportunities to expand very quickly outside of their country because the market is very small. So again, not in a spirit of telling you or what to do, but you can see Estonia in the number of startups per capita is quite high on the list. So this kind of early stage and how you drive the startups towards the end goal. And I don't know, is there anything else about Estonia? I think tomorrow we will go a little bit more into detail about some of the startup community initiatives that we do. But before we do that, we want to hear from you. Okay, so hearing from you means that we're entering into the workshop mode. So I just want to tell you a little bit about what's going to happen over the next 2 days. So today we're gonna talk a little bit about the startups and the problems that startups have in the region, and how can we, as community organizers, community players in this ecosystem, help the startups. Then we're gonna work a little bit on those solutions, and then we have towards the end of the day a discussion on the Startup Act. Tomorrow we're gonna focus on and that should be it. So 2 days, hopefully, of intense discussions that bring us a little bit closer to this unified approach to the ecosystem. Before we do the first exercise, so the first workshop, and again, I have to emphasize the word work, right? So we're here not just to listen, but to participate actively. Before we do that, we might need to do some rearranging of where we are sitting, just to have as many diverse tables as possible. So I would like to see tables where we have people from different countries as much as possible. So I think there was a strong Kenyan and I'm sure Ugandan delegation. Let's spread our presence a little bit so that we are not all on the same table. Same thing with the startups. If there are startups here, let's make sure that we spread the startups as much as possible throughout the tables. And in order to facilitate that a little bit, I would like to play with you a very silly game, if that's okay with you. I don't see anyone nodding. Trust me, it's very silly, okay? If you're worried how silly it gets very silly. So please stand up. That's not the game yet, okay? Just stand up. We're not playing the game yet, all right? So this game is a game in kind of helping us realize that there is kind of a sense of a self-organizing power that we have within us. And to start that game, I would like to respectfully ask you to just start walking. So you just have to start walking. There's no order to it. There's no pattern. Just walk around the room. Feel free to browse. It's like I told you, it was going to be silly, right? So don't feel anxious about it. You're just walking. It's a very natural activity. We've been walking, humanity has been walking for as long as we've been around. So just walk around. And as much as possible, try to walk in silence. And now what I need you to do as you walk around the room is I need you to set your eyes, like pick one person in the room, preferably someone you don't know, but pick one person in the room. Don't tell anyone. Keep walking. Keep eyes on this person, but don't let them know that you've picked them, okay? So just kind of follow the person. I guarantee you this, it's not a stalking game, okay? We're not stalkers here, but just keep walking and kind of pick a person in the room that you're following. Do you have one person? Yes? I hope so. And keep walking, and then pick a second person and keep walking, keep walking. But make sure you have these two people kind of on your sights, all right? And this is a large room, so you can also use these areas over here, right? So don't just use the middle corridor. And have these two people kind of in your sight. And as I give the word now, you should start to kind of form, and this is where it gets silly. It hasn't been silly so far, I hope. You should start forming a triangle between you and these two people, and this triangle should have equal size. Do you guys remember your math? Yeah? So equal size triangle between you and the two people that you picked. It shouldn't be this easy. You should kind of try to form the triangle. So remember the two people that you picked? So you need to form a triangle between you and those two people. Now you got to find those people first, right? As people move, so should you. Do you have triangles more or less equal sizes? Not yet. I see there's still some movement over there. So triangles are being formed, I hope. Triangles. You don't have to tell people who you picked. Don't tell people who you picked. The whole game needs to be silent, all right? So just form the triangles between you and the two people that you picked. They should be equally sized. I will test you, so make sure you pick the people. So you, who did you pick? Where's your triangle? I want to see if it's equal size.
Over there and over there.
That's pretty good. That's a good size triangle. All right, one has completed the job well. Well done, well done. Who else am I going to test? Who did you pick? Uh-huh. And
But the lady moved.
the lady moved. That's the problem, isn't it? They have a tendency to move, yes. But as they move, you need to move with them. But okay, you tried. That's good. All right. What about you? Who did you pick? Which ones? Uh-huh. All right, it's not very equally sized, but it's a triangle. There's some lines. All right, that's good. All right, you can now. This was just a silly game. Thank you for playing. Let's give you all a round of applause. Thank you so much. Now, as you settle back down, let's try to do the settling down as I mentioned. So try to spread the countries so that you don't have only the same country. The whole point of us being here with different countries is to learn from each other. So make sure when you sit down, you have different countries. And maybe the startups as well, if the startups can spread themselves in the room. So just as you sit down, just make sure you ask each other which country you're from to make sure that you have different countries. So let's avoid tables where there's only Kenya or tables where there's only Uganda. You're Rwanda, yeah? That's good. All right, you guys are all from different countries? Which countries? Kenya and Uganda. All right. You need a Kenyan there? You don't have any Kenyans? Any Kenyan that's looking for a table? And we have someone from Rwanda here. Anyone needs a Rwandan? Yeah, I think, Patrice, maybe you want to join but you're kind of packed. Do you have anyone from Rwanda here? You do. All right. So we have Uganda, Rwanda. No, it's good. Let's switch. Let's have one Kenyan there. And let's just see if we have, can you raise your hand if you're in a startup? Startup, two startups in the same table. Let's spread the startups around. Can we have the startups? Can you find another table? Just to make sure the startups are a little bit more spread, because it's important to get their point of view as well. All right, so I think we're pretty much done with the tables. So here's the first exercise. Here's the first exercise in our workshop. So the first thing that I would like you guys to do is that, as community players, as startup ecosystem players, I'm sure that we spend a lot of our time helping startups, right? Our role in the community is to help startups. We want to make sure the startups flourish, right? And when we help the startups, we also try to think of ourselves as I mean, if you think of your organization, we have many different organizations here. Who are your clients? Who are your clients? For your organization, who's your client? There's no wrong answers. Who's your client? Who do you work for? Who is your client for your organization? Startups? Any other clients? Investors? Who else? Youth? It's good. Development partners? Business owners? So a lot of stakeholders, a lot of clients, so to speak, right? Today, I'd like us to focus on startups. Okay, so think of ourselves as community players that have a lot of different clients, but I think the main one is startups. We work for startups. We want to help startups, right? So just like the advice we give to the startups that you should think of your client first and have a client-centric approach, I would like us now today, as community players, as community organizers, to have a client-centric approach. So let's think of startups as our clients and how can we help them? So let's think of them when we do this exercise. And the first thing we need to do is, in groups, have a small discussion. First, get to know yourselves a little bit better, which countries, which organizations. But then, very important is that I want you in each table to think a little bit of what is the typical life cycle of a startup, from beginning until whatever the end might be. But think of what are the different stages that a startup goes through. All right. So think of them as your clients and think what is their usual journey. All right. And let's map that journey. And it might be a little bit different from country to country, but I think there's a lot of overlapping. So first thing, get to know yourselves a little bit better, which countries you have on the table, short introduction, and then have a discussion about what is the life cycle of a startup? What kind of different stages, from beginning, coming up with an idea, kind of first funding, until the exit, if there is such a thing. All right. So for this exercise, I'm going to give you a 5 minutes just for the intros, and then maybe 10 minutes just to have this discussion, because then we're going to have an overall thing and we have a lot of tables to cover. Is that okay? Yeah. So go ahead, have that discussion and maybe discuss a little bit.
No, I have space drop. And it's made Uganda, right? Which one is that? We have space. We have space.
All right, so let's resume our discussion. So I hope that you guys had. Guys, are you done? Yeah. How were the discussions in your groups? Good. Yeah. Was there a lot of agreement on the stages, or some differences between countries? How was the discussion here? Everyone was kind of pretty much agreeing on all the different stages, or were there some differences between countries?
Realize the situation for startups is
All right, all right. What about this group? Were the stages very similar in each country? Yeah? You guys, was there any group that had a little bit more of a hot discussion where the stages weren't the same? No? Everyone had similar stages? You guys had similar phases that the startups go through? No? So how was the discussion in this group?
So much. I think we have someone from the development partner perspective, and of course hub perspective, and of course investment perspective. But we noticed that there are a few differences on the process. Find that, yeah, for some people that based on ideation, whereas others that, and but it's pretty much the same when you come in the detail of the pieces, maybe validation, maybe developing the product through MVPs and all that. Yeah, thank you.
It's good that you clarify the first word with conception. When I read it, I felt that I was reading corruption. I was like, why? Why would the first phase be corruption? It feels a bit weird. So it's good that you clarify that. All right. So let's now have. I know that it's difficult because we have a lot of us and there's a lot of different tables. But let's try to agree on a common framework that is somewhat similar between startups across the whole region, okay? So can I get a shout out? What's the usual first stage for most of you? What did your tables identify as the first stage in the life cycle? Ideation? Ideation? Anyone else has? Ideation. So let's write the stage number 1, ideation. So this is typically, I guess, the stage where the startup, the founder team or the solo founder has an idea that they want to, they have a problem they want to solve and they come up with an ideation, right? All right, so first stage, that's good. We're all in agreement. Yeah?
We kind of had something a pre-stage. I don't know if it's pre-stage, but it precedes the ideation. Particularly in our context in sub-Saharan Africa, is highly driven by unemployment, underemployment, or some kind of economic issue that pushes a person to sit and say, let me think of an idea, and then the ideation comes. So I think that's a critical stage for us to identify, because that's a driver, because it does inform later stages as to why we see high failure rate of startups. So putting that in helps us to understand the root cause of the problem.
So that's like inspiration, or like the need, the driven, the drive to start, the driver, right? Yeah. So that's like the driver in the kind of the setting in which the ideation begins, right? I think it's a good insight to have, and I bet that it's similar, not just in sub-Saharan Africa. Which country were you from? Kenya. Not just in sub-Saharan Africa, but I think we see that in a lot of ecosystems that we go to. Like, what are the motivators for it? But I think it's safe to say that's kind of the setting where they grow, but ideation typically begins their journey. All right, what comes after ideation? What did you guys identify as the next stage after ideation? Launch? Anything else? Product development? What else? Prototyping here.
Customer development. Between ideation and customer development, we are looking at the assumption that you're using different tools like the 9 blocks. But before you go to product development, you're trying to use the lean approach. All right. With my customer.
So talking to a lot of customers, understanding the needs of the customers, right? Customer development, someone has mentioned prototyping. Anything else that has come through your discussions? What comes after ideation? Prototyping, MVP, all right? So MVP, prototyping, you guys, what do you guys? Prototyping. What about here? Prototyping. All right, so a lot of prototyping, MVP. You guys had a little bit more on the customer development before the prototyping, so understanding the needs of the customer so that you have a strong prototype. What about you guys? What product? And here?
I think from my side, I'm not going to say prototype first. I'm going to say, I'm going to validate if this idea can fill in needs first before prototyping.
So the validation of the idea, right?
Yes, validation first.
So validation of the idea, which typically, yeah. So validation of the idea, which is a little bit the customer development. You want to talk to your customers. Is this a problem worth solving? And then I think, what we do at our Garage 48 hackathons is that we always try to take the teams from an idea to a prototype so that they can use the prototype to validate, with their customer. Not just validating the idea, but actually have something to show. So I think they kind of go hand in hand, but it's fine. We can put them validation of the idea, and then the next stage be the prototyping. Okay, so prototyping or MVP, whatever we want to call it. All right, what happens after that? What's the stage after, after the prototype? What comes next? MVP, what else? Product market fit. So product market fit validation. What else? What did you say?
Market entry.
Market entry. Market entry, all right, so market entry, I don't remember. So market entry, and I think in some cases, yeah, someone mentioned product market fit. What do you guys have in the back? After the prototyping? Pilot? Going to market. So piloting, going to market. What about here? What was the next one? Market testing. Yeah. So market testing, prototype, code to market. You know, you have your first prototype. You want to validate that as well?
We said normally you get an idea, as
Check.
you said, and then after the idea, you do the prototyping, of course, and then you take that prototype, show the customer, say, okay, is this what you want that can solve the problem? And they give you feedback. And during that process, we said it's customer validation. So it's what we said as the next step. And then you use that to build an MVP, which will be the other step, as we said.
And I think those two kind of go hand in hand, right? They typically, you evolve as you get feedback from the customer. Any other ideas of stages that, sorry? Who had the hand up? Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No, I feel like we're not, so there's the activity, and there's the activity and there's the process.
Uh-huh.
You see? So the process, for example, between MVP and soft launch is going to market, getting paying customers. Between prototype and MVP is, you know, getting early adopters, but that's market validation. So I think we need to define what's the activity and that process. Yeah, I feel like we are mixing up.
All right.
All of
So
them.
so what would be the process then that comes?
So the process of, so we have two stages. So prototyping itself is the stage, and MVP is the stage, okay? But that process is market validation, where you talk to early adopters, for example. Yeah. So the process is market validation. The next process is go to market, but it's between MVP and soft launch, for example. Yeah.
So I think it comes also, you know, in the whole lean approach that you have your prototype, you talk to your customers. I think one of you, I think you mentioned product market fit, right? So it's also the understanding if you are solving the right thing with the right thing. So I think we can put the next one as the kind of this market validation, right? So market validation, that you have the prototype, now you go and figure out if there's, exactly, right? So let's put that there. All right, what comes after this? Any thoughts? Any thoughts after this? You had mentioned the sort of soft launch, yeah? What else? Anyone else has something? Any other thoughts on the stage that comes after this? Yeah. Let me just rush there.
So for us, the previous stage, we put the go-to-market or the product market fit together with the launch. So then the next stage, we're now going to the scaling phase. So we looked at the launch as multi-layered. So essentially, you launch, do a bit of testing, multiple launches until you figure out the market, and then you start scaling. Yeah.
So scaling obviously is something that comes after there is a product market fit, right? So typically, I think, I don't know, Mari, if we wrote product market fit as a specific stage, but scaling usually comes only after the product market fit, right? So the startup. No, not scaling. Scaling only
So we
comes
put,
after the product market
yeah,
fit.
so we put soft launch, and after soft launch, of course, is, you know, go to market, mass production, marketing, probably more fundraising, and then growth. Okay, and between growth, you're probably raising, and what have you? Then you go to scale. I think that's how you define it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Or something else, right? Yeah. Yeah, Mari had a question. Like,
So I'm just curious, you mentioned, you know, it could be a soft launch at this point, but at what point do you build like a product or a service? If you go to the market, you have to go to the market with something. So I'm just curious. Yes.
We started getting paying customers because before that, when we had prototype to MVP, we had early adopters. Now we want to convert them into paying customers, and then we are going to market. And after that, we do soft launch, right? Because you can't launch when you don't have a few
Anything.
paying customers. Yeah. And then, so stage 5 is, okay, yeah. So market validation was the process. Market validation was the process, but from prototype, we are an MVP as a stage. MVP.
Here.
No, you're confusing us. Yeah.
Product MVP. Building the MVP. Yeah, build MVP. All right, so we call that building the MVP. Yeah? Yeah.
I have an objection to all the details that we've provided. I feel like in reality, we're more of giving the book approach to starting a business. But in reality, before you even have to get to idea validation, or before you even sort of bring the idea, you've already spoken to a few group of people. That alone is idea validation before you actually bring the idea and build a prototype and get back to the same people to test the prototype. That does it really fit the solution that you're looking for? Does it meet your expectation? Are you ready to buy? That's where you build the MVP and all these things. And then you raise funding through selling the first prototype. Or it's either maybe by friends and family, you know, at least buy into the idea and all that. Then you start making more market research as to how you can, you know, raise more funding to build the real product after the prototype. But I think we are just doing, you know, the book long
Of
approach.
course, and if you look at the reality on the ground, maybe the things are a little bit more fluid and not so staged.
I raise startups by
No,
training them from scratch.
It
So
makes sense.
this is
So for me, I would say you're saying, you know, talk to many people, different people, you know, to build the idea. But I feel like, have you identified the problem in those people? Have you spoken to them, or you've identified their problem, their pain?
I mean,
You have
idea.
to speak to them.
No, I think the point here. Let's not get bogged down. But I think here is also that ideas don't come out of nowhere, right? Ideas don't come out of nowhere.
So let me use the approach. Let me use the approach as both. Both. I have a travel tech startup called Aboboya, which is like a tricycle. We don't do boats, but we act as if we are boats. So we're using tricycle owners who sign up to our platform. So if you have a tricycle you want to do delivery, we give you the customers, and then we pay you. We deliver. We pay you and then give you extra added value. You don't just go directly to the customer. So before we did that, we realized that it was a problem because obviously the tricycle owners have issues determining the cost for transportation of goods and services. And majority of them don't also just get the traffic as normally some few people who have loyal customers do. So that alone is the idea. But we went to them before building the platform.
Yeah, and of course, it's what we're saying. You know, the ideas don't come out of nowhere. The ideas.
They even give us features that they
Exactly.
want to have on the platform before we built the whole
No,
product.
I agree. I think, you know, this is maybe by the book approach. The reality might be slightly more fluid, and ideas don't come out of nowhere. You know, no one just sits somewhere and one day thinks of an idea. They need to have some insights into the market or have talked to some people. No, I think let's let it be. Let's let it be. We understand what we're talking about in any case, right? So, yes?
Just one thing on the validation of idea, because you know when you work with different startups, when you see the challenges, you can come back and map out the stage. And I find one of the areas where we don't do too well with validation of an idea is we think about the idea only from a customer perspective. So we need to use models such as Pestel. You know, when you're validating an idea, you're looking at the legislations around that idea, the supporting technology around that idea. Because sometimes you get to the prototype or you build an MVP and you realize it's not in line with legislation. Then you have legal challenges. And I find that's some of the challenges we have as startups. So if at the validation of an idea, we can think broader, what's the political landscape, the legal landscape, and technology supporting stuff. So it's not just idea of a customer likes it, they're willing to pay. what other
Everything that's around.
yeah, maybe you're doing a physical product, maybe there's some packaging requirements. So you have to think deep about validating an idea before you now get to the prototype, so that it's in line with the market.
All right, so validating with beyond than just the customer, right? All right. All right, so what comes, you have a thought, yes. I want to move us along, but I'm happy to have this
so
discussion.
maybe I should chip in terms of the so-called validation. So validation, it appears in all stage, but it always goes with the specific needs. For instance, if you talk about during the ideation, if you're doing validation, you'll be looking to the customer perspective or user perspective. But if you go to the prototype, then your validation is more on how the solution is going to be used by the customer that you're targeting. So, and during prototype, you may come up with a paper prototype, not necessarily really you have a product that is working. But then you may take like a mock-up, then the customer, the users that you would expect it to be, use your product, then they can see, they can test it, they can feel it, they can give you some feedback, and then you can go build the technology,
Absolutely.
But again, once we go to the MVP, so now you validate mostly on the pricing model, how you're going to charge your revenue stream, how is it going to work. So I think in every stage there is a validation in terms, if you go to the growth stage, you're talking about the funding, what kind of a modality, your financial modality, what kind of instrument, if you raise investment, that is going to be used. So there's a sort of a validation in every stage, but it depends with the needs as well.
True.
Thanks.
True. And I think that's also part of the whole lean approach that you continuously learn from it. But should the next stage after you have your MVP, what should it be? Should it be go to market? Go to market. So let's put that as stage 6. I think we're all in agreement. And what typically happens after go to market? Scale, growth. Scale, growth. Anything else? Scale? Yes? Scale/growth? All right. And then any other thing after that? Exit. And just out of curiosity, what does that typically mean? What does that typically mean in the context of the region? What does exit mean? There's no exit. Acquisition? Okay. Acquisition? Sorry? IPO? But I also want to take. That's the question, right? I don't want to take the by the book approach too much. I also want to follow the advice that we were given to look at the reality on the ground in your countries. So what is the typical exit? Is it acquisition? Acquisition? How often does that happen? Is that the most typical path at the end? No? What's the typical exit?
Largely, say for Uganda's case, the typical exit is, as a business, you either hold on or you're going to find yourself in a position where you actually just have to get out of the market.
What does that mean?
As in collapse, you close. It does happen. Yes. Yeah.
All right. All right. No. Sorry, guys. There's some more thoughts here.
I think in this market, a lot of it is expansion, new markets. If you're in Kenya, thinking, let me go to Uganda and all that. I really don't think you should die and corrupt.
So, but is that the scale and growth? Is that the scale and growth part?
Yeah. For me, I would say growth first, then scale is expansion.
All right.
Yeah. That's the last stage.
I think also, the reality on ground is that there are just very few exits in this market.
Of course, of course.
So that's one thing. We have quite a few acquisitions that have happened, where a few companies get acquired by other bigger companies. In the case of Uganda, for example, I think the first major acquisition was Bionic, that was acquired by MSF, for example. Recently, we saw Yugabas, being acquired by Nigerian Trips, But we have very few exits at this stage in this market.
That's fine, yeah. You had some thoughts? Yeah, sorry. Question.
Thank you very much. I think in this conversation, and I've had this conversation before, there sometimes appears to be confusion between what we're referring to as exit, growth, expansion, harvest. What is it we're talking about?
Mhm.
And so there's a bit of confusion when we talk about it, and it would be good to clarify.
Definitely.
Yeah, what it is we're talking about.
Definitely. I think that's an important point because it can have different meanings for different contexts. Yeah.
For me, what I've seen is that for technology companies and some product-based companies, they're able to get to the IPO and be acquired and exit, something like that. But for service industries, people don't normally exit. You just expand more until you die.
Until you die. Okay. That's good. Keep growing. All right. Any more thoughts? Yes.
Yes, sorry to take you back a bit to market. I felt that a lot of product refinement happens there.
Of course.
And pivoting even. Yeah, so I don't know what you would call that. Yeah, product refinement
Let's
or
not put it yet, but
pivoting,
that's an interesting discussion, which is the pivoting. You know, how often does it happen, and is there a specific stage for this, or is it something that happens? You know, people pivot here, and they might pivot here, and they might pivot there. So I think this product refinement or pivoting is, at least I think it happens throughout. I mean, I don't think there's a specific stage when they might pivot. I think in many cases, the market dictates when you need to pivot. Yeah. So just before your exit, you might want to reconsider the approach.
So what I've seen with European startups, of course, also in the developed world, is that so then when you expand and you're big, you become big, you have no time to innovate or look for other new ways of doing things. So they hire a team to always pivot. So, but in our market, I think, we just think about it and we keep doing, changing until it becomes better.
Yeah, that makes sense. You have a thought?
On the pivoting bit, and I think it comes from the motivation of why entrepreneurs are actually starting. And I think, especially in an African market, most of us start startups to escape poverty, unemployment, and many other issues. So I think there's a stage where you decide, I need to stop getting employed and actually put all my energy, because most founders are actually working on way other things. The startup is a side hustle. And the pivoting happens when they tend to switch. And then on the ideation bit, just to go back a bit, I think we've been running the Techstars model, and I think an idea could come out of nowhere. We've seen startups being built from us telling guys in hackathons, think of something around you and build a business around it, not from a problem, but from it existing.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the approach that we take in Garage 48 as well when we run these hackathons is that anyone can come up with these ideas, and we typically like to have two validations. You need to validate the problem. Does it exist? Is it big enough? Is there an audience for this problem? Which is a very abstract concept. And then whether you have the right solution for this problem, because the same problem can have many different solutions. So the validation of the solution typically happens more after you have some sort of prototype built. Yes, one more thought.
Thank you very much. Now, the exit idea is a Silicon Valley mindset. But then here in Africa, I think we should adopt an approach whereby there is no exit.
Okay.
Once you do a startup, there is no exit. Because, I beg your pardon? I would like to be paid for it by my customers. I don't want to be paid for it through a buyout. That's the idea.
Yeah. So how should we address this? How should we label it? And I mean, again, I think it goes to the discussion we were having that we need to have a clear definition of what it is in the context. And I don't want the Silicon Valley approach. That we're not from Silicon Valley ourselves. I want to have the local approach. I want to have what happens on the ground.
So a typical example is...
You're working for a startup, right? You have a startup? No.
I run multiple businesses.
Okay.
So a typical example...
We have a businessman.
A typical example is the model by MTN. You know, normally we knew MTN to be a network service provider, but then they exited themselves through introducing mobile money, and then now they're doing other cloud infrastructures and all that, building platform for game developers to upload, and then all these things. So I believe, and this is what is happening in the African space. You don't often see startups exiting unless maybe they're startups that are built by these foreign accelerators. But then locally, these startups then tend to add extra services to their core businesses. So you can find maybe a fintech now providing maybe financial services as a different, sub firm or subset of the main idea exactly. So basically, I think that's the best practices that I've seen mostly in all the African countries that I've seen.
But could it be that there are that few exits because people are not driven towards the exits? Like you said, they want to grow their business and they are very prone to keep the business to themselves, right? And to have the control, right? That's what you feel like?
Yeah. So what I also realized is that our startups, like in our African context, I mean, it starts with the idea, and sometimes you do not want to tell anybody this idea. You are holding on to the idea. So I think as an ecosystem, we have to find a way of letting the startups loosen up. I know how difficult it is to start a business, but we have to find a way of letting them loosen up a little bit. And I think not really driving them to exit, but we'll invent the wheel and find our own way of exiting. But that rigidity doesn't help the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that for exiting this process, maybe our startup can be merged with others for continuing expanding. We can merge or acquire other startup so that we can change, or you can less this startup for having another opportunity. Maybe when we need to change, so there is a next stage as the last stage.
Let's listen to some voices over here as well, because I think we've been very concentrated there. Yeah.
Hey guys. Okay. I don't think the startups in our ecosystem are incentivized to exit because even if we want to exit, you have to have a framework to expand your business and have heavy investment so that your business can get to that point. And the people or the entities that are willing to invest in this kind of economy they don't look like us, or they don't understand the sector. And I can give an example for my startup. I tried to look for funding, and the most people who had the funding are not Ugandans, or they're not Africans, so they don't understand this environment. So they completely cut you off and say, you know what? There's too much political instability. I'm not going to throw my money down the toilet into your economy because it's too unstable. And then the people who would be willing to invest, they have a completely different idea of where they want the business to go, which is completely different from yours. Yeah, so I'll just summarize by saying that we have very few investors who are willing to invest in this climate, and they don't look like us, and they don't understand our sector. So most of the startups end up saying, you know what, let me just leave that altogether because it's too much of a headache to even try. And they end up just doing their own thing. And they never get to that standard to the point of exiting.
Yeah. I feel like I want to give you all a voice as well, but I feel like we're concentrating so much on the exit when perhaps it's not the most critical point in that ecosystem. In a sense that this is a pipeline, and being a pipeline, it's very heavy at the beginning, and we see a huge amount of drop-off throughout. So I feel like we're concentrating the discussion on the exit, and perhaps that's not the most critical point in the journey of a startup. But sorry, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I just feel I have to say something, and then we can go back to the discussion as you're suggesting. So I work with Serengeti Angels, and what we do is first recruit angel investors from Tanzania, help them understand how that funding landscape looks like and how they're going to get their money back. And then on the other side, we look for deals, typically those who have gone through the hubs and are ready for investment. So in this discussion, I just had to chip in because there is a lot of misunderstanding of who an investor is, what they're looking for. And just to summarize my thoughts is that when an investor comes in, be it an angel investor from your country, they're in your team. They want you to succeed. That's how they make money.
Especially at that stage, right? At the angel stage.
Yes.
We need to move on. If
Can I
anyone
move?
still has, you have, okay.
I already have the microphone.
Yeah, that's good. So you're in a privileged position. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that before we get to the whole stage of exit, it's really important to really focus on the addition stage. My friend here mentioned something that's very important. We have to understand the motivation of the entrepreneur. And there are two key things here. What we see in this ecosystem, generally around the world, really, we have push entrepreneurs and pull entrepreneurs, right? We have those of us who are entering into entrepreneurship because we are pushed by circumstances around us. And then there are those who are actually genuinely, self-motivated to enter into entrepreneurship. Now, these two groups of entrepreneurs are going to lead to different outcomes along this journey, right? And what we see here, as my friend here said, high rates of unemployment. Most entrepreneurs are being pushed into entrepreneurship because of the circumstances. It's not necessarily by choice, but they have no other alternative but to just get into the bush and really get into this journey, right? So that really determines the quality of what happens here. But then secondly, I think indeed there's need for us to also build more awareness around what exits actually mean. And then that also has to be understood at that initial stage, because that determines the quality of ideas, right? Most of our entrepreneurs are just building for either for our small ecosystems for Uganda, right? The quality of ideas really matters here. Whereas if you go to ecosystems like, we're talking about Silicon Valley and all this kind of stuff, the guy who was building WhatsApp has never been to Uganda, but he was building for a much bigger market, right? So the thinking that our entrepreneurs have should also, change. So I think as an ecosystem, we need to think about how do we get these entrepreneurs to begin thinking at that level and to really shift that thinking. Then we shall maybe begin to have more exits happening. I also want to say lastly that exits are actually possible in this market. My brother mentioned the MTN model. MTN has been actually already is in the, did an IPO here in Uganda, right? So these things are possible. Yes, we can go that route of expanding, building new products and all that, but there has to be some sort of bigger picture. And we're talking about investments. In the US, the IPO market alone, that is basically local people, normal people like you and I investing in companies. It's about $615 billion, as of last year alone. Here in Africa, the entire continent was receiving about $5 billion in the whole year, right? So, we have to see what are the local alternatives, what are the exits, first of all. The idea about exits, the education around exits, what are the different options? A merger is an exit. An acquisition is an exit. When we think of exits, I think we tend to limit our thinking to just initial public offering, IPO, New York Stock Exchange. But there's so many other, ways to exit that I think we need to make sure that our entrepreneurs understand and know that these are the options. This might be more plausible in this market. This might be far-fetched, but there are options. Thank you.
Well done, well done. So just because we're running out of time, and for the sake of simplicity, we will label the last stage as exit between quotation marks. And whatever we mean by it, and I understand that it's good to have that definition, but in the local context, it can have different definitions. And perhaps it is not the IPO. I think that's it's a little bit unrealistic at this stage to consider that as a proper exit. But there should be opportunities. And perhaps, I think you were also saying that, the push and pull model for this stage, we might need to do a little bit of work with the push guys to get them further down the line and get them to find the pull within themselves to move them towards that. Are we good with this? Yes? I was hoping we could move forward, but we have questions. That's good. I like the discussion.
Just a question. Usually when we look at this model, it's heavily focused on product and company growth or development. But for us, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where do we factor in, or is it time for us to start factoring in the mindset or the skill set of the entrepreneur? For example, at what stage do I get mentorship? At what stage do I look for a hub or a community? Because that's why I made the point earlier.
We're
about
going there now. So,
great.
right?
Okay, great. That's why I was making the point earlier about the drivers. Because as we validate ideas, we also need to validate the skill set of the entrepreneur or the person who's starting, the founder.
I think that's a very timely question, and we have one more.
Oh dear, this table. We have to talk. We're here to talk anyway. So I think everybody's in agreement that at the early stage we need to do more, and I feel like as an ecosystem, we can do a little bit more because I feel like everybody wants to run away from that stage. Investors want to run away from that initial stage, and it's more attractive at the acceleration. Okay. So I think as an ecosystem, we need to invest a bit more on there because if things are wrong there, there's no way you're going to talk about any exits.
Yes, and I would like to, exactly, that's the discussion that I would run through. And the last thought.
I was just going to add up to time, because in my country, as we have stages in businesses. So if you have 5 years, we assume that you are matured enough, so you're no more a startup. So are we also, yes. So we should consider time as well. How old do you have to be known as a startup and all that?
Yeah.
Because exiting also, time is also a factor.
Yeah, I think obviously the time that the team or that an entrepreneur or a company spends on each stage is very different, and I don't think it would be an easy discussion to have with such a large audience. So I'd rather avoid that. But going back to your question about what support is there at the different stages? When do the startups typically raise their angel investments? When are angels ready to come in? When do the, institutional investors or the VCs come in? When do they look for an accelerator or an incubator? Or what mentorship opportunities are there at the different stages? And I can tell you right now, just as a final thought on this, and then we move on. In Estonia, a very small country, 1.4 million, of course, the companies are driven to think outside of their country immediately because the market is too small. And it wasn't until we had the first success cases when the guys who had their first exits started to put a lot of their own money into the early stage companies. And the guys who were in those early companies, the product managers, started to leave those companies and start their own businesses. So the know-how also spread. So in a way, it's kind of a circular model that kind of perpetuates and feeds itself, which is good. But what we need to do now, again, very silly, very messy, is that we need to place our organizations in this map. So think of where you currently are, either as a startup or if you're a community player, where do you place yourself on this map? Where are you adding value? Where are you adding support? And if it's multiple stages, that's fine. You have plenty of Post-its, but you need to place yourselves on this map. How do we do this? Is that we're going to have Post-its, and we're going to try to color code the Post-its by country, all right? And I hope I didn't forget any of the countries, but let's see if I did. We have some backups. So let's do in green. So the green one is for Uganda. So if you have the green ones, let's do Uganda. So if you have green, let's do Uganda. Then if you're from Rwanda, use the yellow ones. And on the Post-its, you write down your organization or startup name, all right? You write down your organization, startup name. In yellow, Rwanda. In green, Uganda. In pink, Kenya. Yeah? Kenya. Then, was there Tanzania? Do we have Tanzania? Tanzania, 1, 2.
I will make Tanzania.
Do we have Somalia? We have one from Somalia. And we had South Africa and Ghana. Is that right? Is there any country that I'm forgetting? DRC, Congo, how many? 1. All right, so we're running out of colors. Don't worry. But let's use this sort of, what is this? Salmon or whatever this color is. For South Africa, Ghana, Congo, and Somalia. Okay? The back, I think from, how many were there from Tanzania? Just one? Two people? So 3. So let's do this for Tanzania. So the orange is for Tanzania. All right? Orange is for Tanzania. And then this, whatever this salmon, whatever this color is for South Africa, Ghana, Congo, and Somalia. Is that okay? Yeah? So what you need to write on the Post-its is write down your organization name or your startup name, and then in a kind of hectic, not very orderly fashion, we should start taking Post-its and put them on the wall. And it's going to get messy, so whenever you're done writing your thing, you can go there, put it on the wall, and then you can go back to where you're sitting. All right? So let's try to do that in 5 minutes. It's very simple. Write down your company or organization name. Use the markers. You should have markers. Use the markers and then place it on the wall. If you are active in more than one stage, that's perfectly fine. You can use that. You can put the same Post-it many times. All right? And the color coding once more. In green, it was Uganda. In yellow, Rwanda. In pink, Kenya. In orange, Tanzania. And then everyone else on the salmon. All right? Do you guys understand the assignment? Yeah? A little bit? So you need to write down your organization name on the color of your country and then place your organization on that map or, startup. That's the map. This is the map. It doesn't look like a map, but this is a map. So place your Post-it, your organization. Where are you active? Are you most active on the ideation stage, on the validation? So remember, you are working for startups, many of you, right? So they are our client. At which stage of their life cycle do we support them? Does my organization support them? For example, Garage 48, we are very heavy here, all right? You can put in many places, but I'm just saying as an example. Yeah. Yeah. So if you are active in many places, then make sure you have multiple startups with your team name. And if possible, use the markers. And don't be shy. Go ahead. This is, yeah. You can start going. There you go. Brave ones first. I'm going to get out of the way. Should give you some space. So remember to write down your organization name on the Post-its. The most important is you write down your own organization name on the Post-its. And then you can start adding them to the wall. All right, so do we have, most of you guys have put your post-its, or all the tables have more or less written and put the post-its? I see some people are still figuring out where are they most active, or where are they helping? But let's put the last post-its. So then after we put the last post-its, let's have a small discussion about what we see here. I know that people are still kind of putting their post-its there, but what are your first thoughts when you look at the wall? Anyone? But you were saying there's a lot of concentration on that side, yeah? Yeah. So guys, I think we have most of the people have put their organizations there. So what do we think about the map? What do we think about this wall of post-its, of colored post-its? Anyone wants to share some thoughts? Okay. So guys, let's wrap up this discussion, and then we can do. Guys, can you maybe, yeah. So guys, let's wrap up this discussion, and then we can do the group photo, and we can also have the short coffee break. All right. So before we go to the coffee break, guys, before we do the coffee break and before we wrap up this discussion and have also the team picture, I just want to see your thoughts. What does this map now excite some thoughts in your brain? No. You were so active before. Okay. Yes.
Basically, it tells me you have supports in every stage of your startup growth.
So there seems to be a post-its. There seems to be post-its everywhere, right? So there seems to be support at every stage, which is very good. Obviously, the color coding reflects just the presence in the room, right? So that's why there's a lot of green and a lot of yellow as well. What else? What other thoughts do you have when you look at this? So one thought was that there seems to be support at every stage. That's good. There was someone else around here that was saying that it seems to be more concentrated at the beginning, right? Which I think probably makes sense given the reality on the ground. Yeah, there's one thought there.
Hello, everyone. So from the earlier discussion, someone mentioned there's not enough support within the ecosystem for people to build startups that last a long period of time. But looking at the post-its and the support available at the different stages, I think there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration to provide enough support, at least until stage 7.
Until stage 7, yeah? Yes. Yeah. So we start to see that, maybe some of the difficulties with the network or the support come at that stage when it kind of drops off, yeah?
Yes, the map positively reflects the African context because really exiting is at the minimal, yeah. But I also like what she just said. Collaboration seems to be the issue because this is tremendous support. Yeah, thank you.
Super. Also curious to see that there's no yellow post-it on stage 8. So what was yellow? Yellow was Rwanda. So you guys don't have any exit support. That's good. That's good. But I think that also reflects the reality of what we have here, right? One important thing to understand is that we do our best efforts to get as many community players to come to these events so that we really can make a community-driven effort, but we can't have everyone. For sure, there's many other players that are not mapped out here and that exist in your ecosystems. So if we were to really map out the entire ecosystem locally or regionally, the reality might be a little bit different, and perhaps we would see more here, and kind of depends a little bit on the support. What about from the, maybe we can hear from some of the startups. Sorry, there's one here, yeah.
Hi guys, I am a startup.
You are a startup.
Yes.
Perfect, because I wanted to get the perspective. Yeah.
Looking at the map, there's a lot of support across the board, but I think as startup founders, you don't have this information. So I know someone who will help in the ideation and maybe the product development, but they don't have the network to move us to the next stage or to introduce us to someone who does that. So as a startup founder, it's not as easy for you to find. And more often than not, as startup founders, the focus is usually on raising money because that is the most difficult part about this whole process. So you're always looking for people who will give you access to funding. And those guys don't really necessarily have the network to provide for you on the other different stages.
That's a good insight.
Yeah. So there's a lot of support, but I don't think the people who benefit from it know about the whole process.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there any other startup that wants to share their feelings about looking at this map? Does it match your reality or your perception of reality on the ground? Any other startups? Yeah.
Yes. Actually, looking at that gives a good highlight and a good motivation for because I'm working on two startups at the moment, and looking at it clearly, it actually gives a deeper push into moving to other stages because the first startup I have is actually market validation, ends at the stage which is at it as market validation, but the second one actually pushed itself to the market, to going to the market basically. So when I look at this, I didn't know of these stages basically, and the only thing I knew about was ideation stages and then MVP stage basically, building it and developing it basically, and then probably look at launching out, which is going to the market, and then the growth scale basically. So looking at this is a good approach and a good motivation basically.
Super, that's good to know. That's good to know that at least there's been some good positive outcome of what we're doing. One more perspective?
Yeah, so I think a lot of startups seek perfection. So they sort of get stuck in a loop in between the prototype, the MVP, doing the market readiness. So they just get stuck there. And then they start looking for investment instead of actually going to market and making money. So they try and get a perfect product. So they don't really move on to the next stages, that is growth and exit.
That's also our role as being present in those different stages to kind of push them in that direction. Anyone else? Yes?
Just a question. Everyone who's in these different sections, do they support all startups across all avenues? Like, is it in edtech, fintech, or are they highly specific? Because that's a big part of it.
That's a good point. Obviously, we don't map that out here today, but that's a good point that some of them might have specific verticals that they're interested in, fintechs, health tech. And I think there was a discussion in one of these community events that we did. I think it was the one we did in Kenya, how a lot of the verticals are dictated in many cases by some of the NGOs that might be funding. So they have their own agendas, right? Which might be kind of a perverse incentive to the ecosystem because it kind of pushes a certain type of startups to the market, which might not have their own sustainability model because they're so kind of donor dependent on the communities who are funded by them. So I think that's an interesting discussion to have on the verticals and the model of funding, but I think maybe throughout tomorrow when we talk about the ecosystem, we can go there. Today, let's focus on the startups. Anyone else wants to share some thoughts? Yes.
Hi, I think it's also interesting to note that a lot of the entities supporting startups are also actually startups. So they themselves need support. So where do we get support from?
I think that's a very good point, and that's all day two. All day two is going to be about, but it's a great point, yeah. So day two is all going to be about how to help the ecosystem players, right? Today, we focus on our clients. We look at ourselves as startups, and we look at ourselves, who are we serving? We're serving startups. How can we help them in their life cycle? Where do we position ourselves, and what problems they have? So what we're going to do now, I see a lot of you are already taking the coffee break. That's great. So two things we need to do is first a team picture, right? Someone is going to direct you towards where and how. I hope it's as smooth as the game we played first. But second thing we need to do is that after the break, and obviously there will be a coffee break, but after that, what we need to start thinking is looking at this map, right, and thinking what are the typical problems that startups have at the different stages. So if there's a startup that fails to move from one stage to the other, or is stuck in a perpetual loop in one stage, or while they are in their stage, what are the problems they have where we can have a role to help them solve them, right? And what we will do once we do that is we'll map out the different problems, put them on the wall. We'll have a gigantic wall of problems, and then we need to pick one problem that we want to work with during today. Each group, each table is going to work on one problem and then come up with solutions. So during the coffee break, during the pictures, think about the problems that the startups have at different stages. Maybe during the picture, you don't have to think about the problems because you want to be happy. So don't think about the solutions. But let's do the pictures somehow. I'm not sure how, but let's figure out how do we do the picture.
Pleasure. Great session, everyone, right? I think a round of applause. Very well done. So we're just going to take a little candid downstairs. We're going to use the pool area at the bottom just because there's a lot of us, and we wanted to make sure it really comes out quite well. So Ivan, our brand manager, who I think had nipped outside for a bit, is going to come and usher us down. He'll direct the photography. Then we'll come back up here and have a snack as well and reconvene for the next session. I'm cognizant that we've lost a little bit of time, so we're flexible to have a working snack. I don't know how that feels for... Okay, yeah? Are you okay with the working snack, guys? Yeah, awesome. So we can take the photo, about maybe 5, max 10 minutes, then we can come up here for our working snack. Awesome. Pleasure. Let me get Ivan. Oh, here he is. Sure. Awesome. So Ivan is our brand manager. He's going to manage the process downstairs. Yeah, awesome. Pleasure.
All right, so Ivan is going to scout the place where we're going to take the picture. In the meantime, if you want to grab some coffee or some snacks, feel free to do that. And in about 3 minutes, we start making our way down to the pool to get the picture taken. So if you want to grab some coffee, water, snacks, feel free to do that. lose some people at the pool? I hope not. Still on? All right. All right, I see some last wave coming in. Is everyone back up now? Yeah? All right, so guys, please find your way towards the tables, and what we need to do now is basically what I was talking about. So we need to do. We're a bit short on time, so we need to kind of speed this up a little bit. So what I want you to do in your individual tables is, I hope each table has some of these A4 sheets. Yes? Can you please make sure that all of your tables have these sheets? Yeah? All right, so if you have these sheets, then what you need to do is, first of all, let's have a very, very quick individual brainstorm on what problems startups have at different stages, okay? What are the problems for the startups at the different stages? And then from each table, okay, from each table, I want you to write down one problem per A4, okay? One problem per this A4 sheets of paper with a marker. And be careful with the markers because I think they're quite strong, so be careful not to damage the cloth. But so one problem per A4, and let's do maximum 3 per table. So there needs to be some agreement between you, okay? So the first thing you need to do is just take a bit of time to reflect on your own, and you can use these Post-its just to write the problems that you come up with, and feel free to write 5, 6, 7, 8, as many problems as you want. But then you need to reach some sort of consensus in your tables and write down maximum 3 problems per table, and you write them on the pieces of white paper, and then we're going to put them here on this map. And what we do later is that we will pick one stage more or less per table to work on different problems. Does that make sense? Yeah? So first Post-its, then after the Post-its have a discussion in the group, and then come out with, let's say, 3 problems per table. Okay? Good? So individual reflection first. Let's do maybe 3 minutes of that. Then a group discussion, 5 minutes, and then it takes way, way longer is to put it on the wall. So go ahead. If there's any clarification you need or you have any doubts, feel free to reach out. So, guys, we need to move on to the next part of the workshop because I know that we're all eating, but lunch is in 15 minutes. So don't load up too much because we're gonna have lunch soon. But we need to do a couple of more things. So I hope all of you have 3 problems. Have you all identified at least 3 problems? You all have 3 problems? Can you just raise your hands if your table has done 3 problems and you have them on a piece of paper? Done, 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 done. You guys are still writing, so please write that on a piece of paper. You guys have 3 problems on a piece of paper. You guys, do you have 3 problems on the piece of paper? You're done. This table is finishing writing. And you guys, do you have 3 problems on paper? Yeah? All right. Good. So what I want to do now, and I would welcome your silence just for a few seconds because otherwise it gets very, guys, let's concentrate just for a few seconds. Otherwise it gets very, very tricky and I want to keep track of what each table is going to work on. I want to go table by table on the problems that you had so we can quickly get an overview of the different problems. So what do we have here?
Oh, for stage 1, we had, for the ideation stage, we have the formulation of the idea, so finding the language to communicate your idea as a product or a service. And then for stage 2, one of the bigger issues we had, what stand out was access to avenues for research material. So unless you're in the academic faculty or facilities, it's quite hard to find research that can contribute to your prototype, for example. And then for stage 3 and 4, which we coupled together, we saw a lot of financial constraints within the startups that we work with, not just in cash, but also in mindset, because a lot of people are not willing to let go of parts of their companies to get investment. Yeah.
Well done. So what did you guys have here? I can see intellectual property, team development, and
yeah, basically the different partners that you bring on board. Startup need to find that way you don't have any alignment. Yeah.
Yeah, business model and monetization was there. So what do you guys have here? What were the 3 problems? Funding, seed capital, skills gap, and government policy. Very interesting. All right. And here, what did you have? Development.
Access to
So access to market, more like when something is ready to get out there, right? How to get the product out there and access to markets. All right. What do you guys have here?
Unfavorable policies and regulations, and just lack of capital and information gap on existing.
Right, very good. And here we have lack of funding again. We have lack of entrepreneurial skills. So again, the skills and thinking small. So the vision, that's good. Like thinking big, right? That's good. Here we have product market fit, entrepreneurship. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So this speaks really to the mentality where funders are creating products to meet the funding that's available versus really the solutions that.
Good. That's a good problem to work on. What about you guys? What do you have?
We have inadequate or lack of exposure, skills and knowledge. Then we have access to affordable finance. We lack access to affordable finance. Then also we have inadequate or lack of coordination. The startups always work in silos.
Right, very good. And then 2 more tables. What do you guys have?
On our table, we have stage 1, unrealistic expectations, where startups usually set goals that they can't meet, and when they fail, things just go down for them. And then in stage 6, we have marketing and branding, and we find it very hard for startups, and we also found that usually they find it hard to get trust from clients and investors. Then again, stage 1, although this applies to almost all the stages, developmental partners using startups as leverage to get funding. And some of them even use their ideas, they just use them as checklists to get their own funding. Yeah, as well as dependence on external funding by startups. Yeah, thank you.
Make sure you put each of them in a different piece of paper. And you guys, what did you end up with?
So we said out the lack of IP rights protection. Then we went to then we also talked about changing customer preference. That's the go-to-market stage. Also, yeah, then lack of research resources.
Right. So each of you now, each table has 3 problems, and I can see that there was a lot of overlapping, right? Can I just see, raise your hand if on your table you had financing as an issue. So a lot of tables were working with financing. Skills. There's also a lot of tables working with skills. What else was there? There was some government policy and regulation. 3, all right. What else was overlapping? What do you guys remember was overlapping? Research, data, right? There was a lot of that, right? Information. There was something about the mindset. You know, there was a lot of you working also with the mindset. 2 tables at least had something connected with this looking for the grants instead of looking for market opportunities, right? So working to solve something that where there's a grant available instead of looking for something where there's a market-driven need. So there's a bit of an overlap, which is obvious, right? Because we picked the top problems. So what we need to do now is we need to, of those 3, pick the most relevant problem that that table wants to work with. There's a question here.
We've kind of come up with these kinds of challenges, but there may be others that we haven't thought about. I know there's one we discussed here. I've worked with 3 startups that had very brilliant products, but we do not have local manufacturing capability to then produce those. And so they really struggled and ended up with Chinese hands, trying to work through people overseas to help them produce. And I think that's a big Achilles heel. Yes.
All right. So what we need to do now is we need to kind of settle down on what each table is going to work on. And I would be very happy if not all the tables are working on funding. Otherwise, we're going to spend the entire time talking about funding. And I understand that it's a big issue, but let's not have too many tables working on funding, just so we have a diversity of problems that we're addressing, so that after lunch we can work on those solutions. Okay? So let's now per table try to have a very short discussion on which of these 3 problems this table wants to work with. Okay, so let's pick 1 problem per table, and I would be happy if you stay, if most of you don't go jumping into funding right away. And then I'm going to go table by table where we discuss which problem you're going to work with. All right? So this table here already knows what they're going to work with. They're going to work with access to market. So this table is working with access to market. Team development? Yeah. So this table over here is working with team development and partner alignment. What about you guys? Okay. This table right here is working with government policy. Good luck. This table right here is working with lack of entrepreneurial skills. Information gap on the existing opportunities. All right? So guys, give me, I know that you're still discussing what you want to, which problem you want to solve, but hear me out just for 1 second. Guys, give me just 1 minute. Give me just 1 minute. Guys, give me just 1 minute. As I go through the tables and I say what this table is going to work on, if someone from a table feels very, very passionate about that topic, feel free to move towards that table, okay? If you think that you have something to contribute to discuss this specific problem, feel free to move there. So I'm going to do one quick round, and then we have each table knows their topic so that if people want to move there, they can move there. So do you guys know what you want to do? What is it? So compliance with initial investment. Compliance with initial investment. Here it was access to market. Access to market. Here it was the team alignment and team development and alignment. Here it was government policy. Here it was information gap on the existing opportunities. Here it was lack of entrepreneurial skills, product market fit and the problem of entrepreneurship. Here it was lack of exposure, skills, and knowledge exposure. Yes? Lack of exposure, skills, and knowledge exposure, yeah?
So it's bigger than just entrepreneurial skills, all skills, how to get funding, how to lead the teams.
Okay. Keep it. And here it was, what did you pick? The developmental partners using startups as leverage to get their own funding. All right. Here, access to market. So that's similar to what another team was working with, which is fine. You can work on that and then have a different approach for the solution. Access to markets. And here, what was the problem? What problem did you pick? Lack of research resources and data. Yeah? All right. So now that you all have a problem, to work with, what you need to do is that each table should have a big piece of paper. Can you confirm that you have that? Yes, you don't, right? We're making one for you. So what you need to do now is discuss that problem within your table and try to follow this framework. So the beginning is just a very quick description of the problem. Then you talk about who is affected by this problem. So what startups, at what stage, what other stakeholders are affected by it besides the startups. Then the last two are very important. What are some of the root causes of this problem? Where does this problem come from? And the next one is impact of the problem. So the fact that this problem exists, how does it manifest? What is the impact of this problem? Now, I know that a lot of you, just like me, being a human, we are very motivated to solve problems. We want to get into solution mode right away. Resist that. Because without identifying the problem, without studying the problem, it's very hard to come up with a good solution. The solutions we will work with after lunch. But before lunch, kind of to work up an appetite, let's work with the problems, all right? So let's dig deep into the problems so we understand where they come from, who's affected by it, what kind of impact this problem has. So have a discussion within your group, have a clear understanding of the description of the problem, then talk about who are the stakeholders affected, what is some of the causes behind the problem, and finally, the impact of the problem. And I'm going to give you 15 minutes. So that's not a lot of time, so we need to move quickly. So 15 minutes to work on this, and then hopefully we can still do some presentation. So yeah, 15 minutes, you can start. All right, guys, so we're running out of time. I'm going to give you maybe 2 more minutes just to finish writing your thoughts. So 2 more minutes to write down the last thoughts. If you haven't done all the different quadrants, you should be done. So 2 minutes to finish writing. All right, everyone. So let's wrap up our discussions. Let's put this on the paper. Last few minutes to put everything on the paper. And also, as you wrap your discussions, as you finish your discussions and put it on the paper, also select one person per table to do a very quick overview, okay? One person per table to present the challenges. All right. So, guys, can you raise your hand if your table is done with writing everything on the paper? Raise your hand. So there's one table here who is done. 1 more minute. So raise your hand if your table is done. No one. This table is done. Well done, guys. These guys are also done. Guys in the back, are you guys done as well? You're done? Almost. All right. These guys are still writing. And I see the ones over there also almost done. All right. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go very quickly because we have a lot of tables. So let's go very quickly, table by table, and figure out what you were working with. So let's start. Which table was done? You were done, but now you have more. Okay, okay. So you guys were done, right? You guys were done. So walk us through. Can one of you stand up? One of you just stand up. And lift the thing so everyone can see. All right, guys. For everyone else, you should be done by now. So maybe we can give some silence so we can listen to the other tables as well. And let's walk us very quickly on what was the problem. And I just want to talk a little bit about the causes of the problem, okay?
Sure.
So guys, listen up.
So our problem is generally the lack of entrepreneurial skills. This is very fundamental from the level of the entrepreneur, but also the composition of their team. And looking at some of the causes, one, first of all, beginning with our education system that doesn't seem to produce the skills that we really need, especially for these entrepreneurs to succeed. Secondly, this lack of awareness about opportunities where they can learn and get exposure to different ideas and different knowledge systems around the world. The other one comes to resource shortages for skilling. So sometimes, as an entrepreneur, you have to invest in actually, acquiring those skills. Maybe you don't have the means, the money to move around to get access to these training programs. Then under that, when you talk about resources, we're talking about limited access to the internet, for example. Most of our entrepreneurs come from very rural areas where access to the internet is still very limited. Things like access to information, again, very much tied to internet, for example, but also information about other programs that are already existing where you can acquire skills and get this kind of exposure.
All right.
Then a key one also is, of course, lack of mentorship, and perhaps successful entrepreneurs to mentor others who are budding and share and transfer the knowledge.
All right, let's give them a big round of applause to this table. You guys want to talk? Yeah, so let's present. One of you stand up. One of you stand up. Let's get also one of you to quickly present and just give us a very quick description and the causes of the problem.
Sure. So our focus was on government policy. And the description was unfavorable government policies and structures towards these startups in these areas. Areas in terms of registration, taxation, licensing, and business maintenance. And who is affected?
No, just the causes of the problem.
Right. So the causes, we have lack of policy reforms. We have inflation. We have inadequate research in government entity, and then we have competition. Sorry, corruption.
This time it is corruption. Okay,
Yeah,
this
it's
time
not competition.
that's an actual. Okay.
And then we have who is affected.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Otherwise, we don't have time to go through everything. We have a lot of teams. But I think talking about the causes of the problem helps us in the next stage when we come up with the solution. So let's give them a big round of applause as well. Government Policy Group. Who else is ready? Yeah, you guys. Can one of you stand up and present it? So just one of you hold the paper so we have all the papers up.
Okay. Our problem is
Guys, please let's listen to each other's groups.
problem we're tackling is access to market, and the description is accessing the right market for your product basically is a key factor for your business, and the people who will be affected, who can be affected because of the problem of access to market. On the first level is the entrepreneur or business owner.
No, let's just focus on the causes.
Causes, okay. So the causes we have. What will cause to the access of the market will be the product scalability because of the problem, and because of the market size. Because when the market is small, it will limit the access of the product to the market. And another thing on it are the political trends which will happen, and which is the economic and social, and culture and technologies, which is usually an effect for the startup companies or businesses. And on the next level of the problem, which will cause because of access to market, is competition, because when there's stiff competition, it is really hard to penetrate to the market because there are different solutions at hand, and your product will have to literally do a little to penetrate the market. Then lastly, it is your product awareness, which is in terms of your advertisement and everything. I think is the impact.
All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Well done, guys. And who wants to go next? Yeah, you guys. One of you just hold up the paper so everyone can see it. And again, just talk us quickly through the description and most importantly, the causes.
Okay, thank you so much. This table worked on the information gap. Then the description is that the startups lack information on information that would help them in the decision making. This can be data, this can be all the information that they need to have to take the right decisions. And this go far to even lacking market information, and then information about service providers, us who are here, and the opportunities that we have in-house, and then information about the policies and procedures, where to go, how to go about that. So all this affects the startups. And the causes of this problem is that in most of our countries, we lack information repositories, like either physical directories or even online, where it's really concise and entrepreneurs can go there and find everything available. And then we have collaboration between players ourselves, so that actually when a startup come to you, you can even tell them, oh, we are Innovation Village, we have this, but Also, there is another player, they have this and this and this.
So you mean lack of collaboration?
Yeah,
between
between players.
Okay.
It's one of the causes of the problem as
Yeah,
well.
and I think that's also something that's lack of collaboration between regional players.
Yeah.
Because when a startup needs to go expand, it's good to have that network. You guys, did you present already? No? Who wants to go? Go ahead and lift it up. And please stand up as well. Yes.
So for us, the problem that we decided to tackle is adequate or lack of exposure, lack of skills, and lack of knowledge, the startup founders. And we thought this problem makes the founders not able to hire the right talent, or rather attract the right talent for their startup. They're not able to network. They're not able to research adequately. And the causes of these problems, one of them is development partners just being part of the problem, in the sense that their way of thinking and doing things is not commercially sometimes sustainable, and it leads to some of the startups pivoting in that direction. We have an outdated education system. There's a gap that exists between academia, industry. So that leads to that problem. There is also lack of opportunities, network between the startups and people who might help them, as well as a mindset to get rich quickly. Founders just want to get rich quickly, so they are not able to build skills, knowledge, cost. And finally, there is rigidity, where they are not coachable, or they rather don't take advice. Who is affected by this problem?
So just these two, and there was also something about the generational gap.
Yes, so generational gap is the older generation. Could you explain that?
So we found that technology always change almost every day. You remember our problem is about skills and knowledge. So after you have attained a certain skill, within 1 year, technology changes. So you find that I am still lacking skills. So that was our problem.
All right. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much for that. You guys, please, one of you stand up and present it as well. You didn't get a round of applause? Let's give them a round of applause. I'm sorry.
Hi, so the problem we looked at is product market fit and the breeding of grantpreneurship. Basically, to define the problem is developing a solution based on the mandate or the scope of the funding available instead of an existing problem in the market. The causes of the problem, socioeconomic conditions, we know the stringent requirements of developing partners as well as funding partners, the lack of understanding of local context from outside investment, and then a lack of vision from the.
Very good. Let's give her a round of applause. Yes. Well done. Who else is ready? Are you guys ready as well? Yeah. Wants to present? Right.
We also tackled market, but looking at it at a regional level or a global level, so in Africa. So our definition, it was challenges faced when attaining national, regional, and intercontinental markets. The causes of the problem, so lack of a unified regulatory system or data and information, poor policies, banking systems and currencies come into play as well, lack of lobbyists, understanding the local context also poses a bit of a challenge, high cost of expansion, things like travel, going into different markets. Compliance is also another issue. Corruption definitely comes into play. Lack of information, and then definitely poor product. But then we looked at it this way: if you have a poor product, you'll struggle at a national level, regional level.
Get there.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was the cause and the definition.
All right. Well done. Let's give her a big round of applause as well. Are you guys ready to present? Yeah. Go ahead. So let's stand up, and also one of you to show this to everyone. So tell us, what were you working on?
Thank you very much. So our group, we are looking at dependency on external funding. And basically, this is faced by stage startups or the locally based hubs. And this is where they expect external investors to, input money into them so as to they can run their businesses and implement their ideas. We see that they really have high hopes in grants, credit banks, investors, and funders. Yeah, and the causes for the problem, one is that we have weak and underdeveloped local investment communities, which would be helpful for these early stage startups. We also have desperation. The startups are really too desperate to get money and, kickstart with their ideas and all that. Then we have lazy people. They want quick money, so they are not ready to put in all the work to make their ideas work. And then we don't have a culture of philanthropy, particularly investments, looking at like angel investors. Then the impact of the problem is that it comes with exploitation, yeah? Because we're already looking at external funding. That means we are looking at developmental partners, investors, and we see that some of these funders exploit these early stage startups. They use their ideas, they use them as checklists to get their own funding, which is a problem to startups. And then we also have low productivity levels. The fact that they are just waiting for external funding, which doesn't just come anytime they want it, then they don't get to produce and get the work done. Then we have frustration, which comes with collapsing of the startups prematurely. They don't get to do everything they want to. And then they shift from their original ideas to ideas that fit into what the investors want. We have the SDGs that came up. So people just want to, look at them and be like, okay, I think I'll fit in this, I'll fit in that to get the funding. Yeah, that's what we are solving.
All
Thank
right,
you.
a big round of applause. Thank you so much. I think it's very similar to what you guys were talking about with this entrepreneurship. So I think there's some similarities there. All right, what about you guys? Who's going to talk and who's going to lift up the paper?
Sure. So we were tackling the research. We realized that most of the startups actually, they lack data that would validate development of their product and services. So one of the problems they face is there's no specific sector-specific data or data banks that they can reference in terms of designing or curating their prototypes. And then there's also lack of technical skills in terms of probably designing a research study and conducting, analyzing, and generating knowledge out of it that would inform development of their companies or startups. Now, looking into who are affected, mostly...
Let's move to the causes of the problem.
Mostly, the causes of the problem is poor governance. We have public infrastructure facilities that are not fully functional and also politically driven. And they probably have resources that are mismanaged. And then we also have, in the ecosystem, we have lack of understanding of the information, where they can source the information in regards to how they can source different data that are related to their work. And we also attributed it to our educational system. We have lots of half-baked graduates channeled out of universities that do not have understanding of what the industry is looking for. Then in terms of...
All right, let's give him a big round of applause. I don't mean to rush you, and I know that you guys went in deep into the impact as well, but I think just now outlining the causes of the problem helps us to frame the discussion of what happens next, which is on the solutions. I think there's 2 teams left, right? So let's look at you guys. Who wants to present and who's going to hold? So it's...
All right, so our problem was team dysfunction, lack of a functional team, properly functional team. Description of the problem is how do you know the need? How do you know if you need a co-founder or how to build a team, etc. Some of the causes of the problems is having startup experience. We don't have much startup experience, so that causes a problem of having a dysfunctional team. Lack of separation of functions between the initial founder or co-founders and that of the startup itself. So separating the functions and identity of the person with the idea or the ideas and the actual identity of the startup. How do you make decisions? Governance, basically. Another cause of that problem is heavy reliance on outsourced labor, right? That causes a lot of dysfunction in teams because you have contractors. So your team member says, hey, we have this challenge. Who do we talk to? Talk to so-and-so who's based so-and-so, who doesn't attend team, like doesn't really know how to gel with the team. It's just purely operating in a silo. So that causes the problem of having a dysfunctional team. So rolling out things becomes.
All right, let's give him a big round of applause. And I assume that's typically on the early stages of companies, right? Yeah. And then finally, this group here. So, guys, stand up. Welcome to everyone.
Like they all say, last but most definitely not the least. Our description of the problem was more towards the compliance with the requirements for the initial investment of whatever business. So some of the causes of the problem, which have been alluded to already from most of the teams, but mindset, primarily people looking for get rich quick, starting businesses in order to get rich quick. The other being lack of knowledge. So when you don't know, obviously you don't do better. So it's just about if you have certain requirements to fulfill in order to get that investment, it's about solutioning for those, finding solutions rather that enable you to get to the place where you can be ready for that initial investment. But because people are lazy, they don't do the extra work of finding this knowledge in order to enable them be ready for the initial investment. Then, of course, lack of processes and structures, which is from online, i.e., do you have a website, do you have a digital home, and do you have a physical home, and how can we find you, how can we get to know you? The other thing also being poverty in terms of, let's be real, in Africa, poverty, we have quite high levels, but also there's that poverty mindset that prohibits people from actually being assertive enough to be able to go out and find initial investments while also holding on to 100% shares of their companies, which then poses a challenge. And then we also wrote down poor networks. So if you're not networking appropriately and in the right space, then you can't have access to people to support you or knowledge that can enable you get ready for initial investment.
All right, big round of applause. And as you could see, we went through many different problems that cover different stages that startups go through. So the whole point of this exercise was to really kind of explore those problems a little bit more in detail, so that by the time we come back from lunch, we are ready to discuss the solutions. And I think what we will do now is that perhaps during lunch, we already can have some initial discussions about, or our mind can already start going towards what could be potential solutions for this. When we get back from lunch, again, I'm going to reinforce this idea that we've gathered in this room some of the brightest minds in the startup ecosystem and community from throughout the entire region. If anyone can solve these problems, it's the people in this room, all right? Government is not going to come to save us. The help is not going to come from the outside. You know, it's up to us. It's up to us to help our clients, the startups, and to help them in the problems that we've identified. So what role can we play there? And there's no better way to start than here and now. So after lunch, let's go back filled with energy, maybe have some coffee so that the lunch doesn't sit down too long, and then start thinking of the solutions for the startups. We'll give you a different Canva, and we can do that. But I understand that the lunch is going to start briefly. I think it's going to be around the pool area, right? Do you guys want to say some words from the organizers about the logistics of how the lunch happens?
So I can't speak much for the organizer, but after lunch, there's a few more people who have joined us, so we'd like a photo immediately after lunch. Don't leave.
Another photo. All right.
Yes,
So
thank you.
So after lunch, when everyone is kind of like, relaxed, let's do another photo so we get everyone in. You had a question? I'm sure we're going to get all the photos afterwards. Don't worry about it. Before the logistics about lunch, I just want to thank you all for all the hard work that you've done this morning in kind of exploring the ecosystem, the map, and putting a lot of thought and effort into the problem. So let's give every one of us here a big round of applause. Thank you so much for all the work that you have done. And now let's find out about lunch.
Hi. Great discussion, guys, and I'm hoping we're already picking out some cool interventions. How are we finding it so far? Yeah, amazing. I'm learning a lot myself as well, as is my team taking very interesting notes at the back there. But yeah, it's that time to snack, isn't it? And as has been mentioned, we're going to just do one more photo because a couple of us have joined in since the lunch break. So we'll just do the same location we're at down by the pool. Then they'll take the photo from up at the top so that everyone is captured. The lunch will be served downstairs by the poolside area. So the hotel team is just coming through to usher us down. And then concurrently as well, we've been advised that some of you require COVID tests on the way back. Spoken to the hotel, who have arranged a doctor at 4 p.m. today. We're just going to get some clearance on, some guidance from the hotel on where exactly they'll be situated. But at 4 p.m., anyone who needs an COVID test, that will be available. I think they've given us a rate of $50, but we're trying to see competitive way they can handle that. But that's the indication. So if you need a COVID test, if you can please register with Tracy or Susan. You want to wave? Yeah. Susan, at the back there. Any one of those two ladies. I think the people at the front can't see you. But basically, if you can let them know so we can register you and advise the hotel. So going forward, I think let's use this time to just debrief shortly with your teams, etc., as the hotel comes to usher us down for lunch. We will reconvene for 2 p.m. We'll reconvene for 2 p.m., guys. Looking forward to it. Asante.
All right, are all the tables back? You guys have most of your people? Not yet. You guys have most of your people? Okay. So this table, most of you are back? Yes. And I see most of you guys are back. Here we're still missing some people. And here, you're still alone. The rest of the people are on the way? Okay. All right. So how was the lunch? It's good? Yeah? It was filling? I hope it wasn't that filling that now you feel like lack of energy. So now that we're mostly all back, let's continue with the second part of the startup workshop. And what do we have to do now? Can anyone guess what we need to do? What? Exactly, solutions. So now we're going to be working on solutions. So what do we need to do now first is, and again, we're a little bit tight with time. I need to check how much time we're going to make it. But I need you guys to go back. I hope during the lunch you also kind of brainstorm or thought a little bit about the problem and the solution. Or maybe you're just too focused on that delicious chicken. Understandable. But now what we need to do is, let's again give 5 minutes for an individual brainstorm using those Post-its. And the Post-its are just for you individually to come up with different solutions, okay, to that problem. And remember, you explore the problem. You know the different causes of the problem that you wrote down. And, you know, maybe there are different solutions for this problem. I don't think there's one single solution to fix it. There might be multiple. So let's take maybe 3 minutes. 5 is too much. Let's take 3 minutes where you individually write down solutions on a piece of paper, on the Post-it, and then you have a discussion between the group about the different solutions you have, okay? So let's take 3 minutes individually, and then we have a collective discussion about those solutions you came up. So first, individual, then group. Let's come up with solutions for the problem that you had before lunch, right? And because we need to pick up the pace, I'm going to be a little bit more strict with time. All right, so now you should be done with your individual reflection and you should be moving towards a group discussion. And make sure that you have a group discussion where you collect the ideas of each one in the group. All right? All right, so guys, can I have your attention for 1 second? Guys, can I have your attention? So by now, you should have all had enough time to do the individual reflection on possible solutions for that problem that you're solving, right? Now you need to do a group discussion where you're going to say, oh, I had this solution, and the other guy's going to say, oh, I had the same solution. And you're going to have a little bit of overlapping on some of the solutions you made, which is fine, and some new solutions might come up. What I need you to do is we're going to give out a sheet of paper per each table, and on that paper, you're going to draw out a chart, a little bit like this, where you will write implementation, yes, because they have Post-its. So you're going to have implementation, and on the bottom, you're going to have impact. All right, so impact, on the right side, you have high, and on the left side, you have low. And implementation, you have on the bottom side, you have hard, and on the top, you have easy. So this is just for us to take your Post-its, the ones that you had with individual reflections, and as a group, you are going to put those Post-its somewhere along this, this chart, right? Ideally, we're looking for the solutions that are easy to implement and have a high impact on that problem. Does that make sense? Yeah? So have a discussion. We're distributing the chart, the flip charts. Draw this out there on those flip charts, and then those individual Post-its that you had, hopefully each Post-it has a different idea, then you put them out there. There will be some overlapping, but we're looking for the ideas that are located here. After all of this, you need to pick one solution. Okay? All clear with this? Yeah? So for that, I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Okay, so 10 minutes to come up with this chart. All right, so everyone, you should be pretty much done now with putting the post-its on the chart, and you should be very close to understanding which ones are the ideas that have a high impact and are relatively easy to implement. All right, so I hope most of the groups have some view towards that. So what we need to do now, and I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to wrap this up. What we need to do is each group needs to pick one solution. All right, so each group needs to have one solution among all of the ones that they have, one solution. I guess in your case, it's that one, right? All right. So pick one solution, and remember that sometimes you have some solutions that are somewhat next to each other. You might want to see if there's compatibility among them, but at the end, each group needs to have one solution. All right. So you guys here, you need to pick something that's here, right? There isn't anything. So hang on a second. So I mean, this is fine. What you need to do is look at the ones here and see, can we do anything to make them more impactful or easier to implement? Perhaps by changing them, modifying them, combining them. Maybe you can come up with one solution. Okay? So I'm going to give you 3 minutes to come up with the one solution per group, and then we work on the next step. right. So can I see? Can you guys raise your hand? Can you raise your hand if your group has chosen one solution? Raise your hand if you have picked one solution. One table is done. They're still deciding. Do you guys have one solution already? Yeah, one solution? Yeah. Do you guys have one solution? Yes? You're still coming up? What about you guys? Have you decided one solution? Not yet. You need to decide one solution. You're done. All right. That felt like it was hard. Like you were happy that it was over. We managed. All right. What about you guys? You have one solution? One. All right. Guys, one solution? One. Good. You guys have one solution. That's good. You guys have one, right? You guys already had one, so that's good. And you guys have one solution? All right. So let's do this the other way around. Who doesn't have one solution yet? Raise your hand if you still do not have just one solution. That team is still looking for the one solution. Okay? They're good? All right, so what we need to do now, as the weather takes a turn, is to work out on the solution description. So just like we did before for the problem description, we need to do a similar thing for the solution description. So Mari's going to hand out more of the papers, okay? And what we need to do is on each table, guys, listen for a second, just so you know what to do next, all right? Guys, can I have your attention for a second? Yeah? All right, so what we need to do now is, now that each group has one solution in mind, and let's not forget the problem, right? The problem is a complex problem. It is perhaps too simplistic to assume that one solution is going to solve it. But what you need to do now, once you've picked that one solution which you believe is going to have the biggest impact and it's easier to solve, so we can do some actions, right, to help our clients, to help our startups, then what you need to do is fill out this chart. And this chart also has 4 quadrants, right? And it starts with solution description. So take note of this, and Mari is going to hand out the papers. But it's solution description. Here is resources needed. So what is needed to implement this solution, all right? Then on the bottom, we have impact of the solution. So if this solution were to happen, what would be the outcome? Once this solution is out there, what's the outcome? What's the impact? And finally, and this is very crucial, what are the next steps into making this a reality? Okay, so think of your startups, think of the problem you wanted to solve. Now you have a solution in mind. So let's go a little bit more in detail. Let's describe the solution. Let's think about what resources are needed. And I think here on the resources side, it's not just money, but if it is money, then it's money for what? It's people, is it access, what is it? What resources are needed? And then the impact this solution is going to have, and what are the next steps? So if you want to make this into a reality, what do we need to do, let's say next week? If we want to make this solution a reality, what do we as a community, what does your organization is going to do next week when you go back home? All right? So that we have something tangible to show to our startups that we're working to solve this problem. Are you good with that? Yes? So everyone should have a piece of paper. I can also run around with this to show you. Yeah, I'll come closer. Are there any questions before we move on? No? All right, so I'm going to go around with this, and then I'm going to give you, for this exercise, I'm going to give you maybe 25 minutes. Right? So 25 minutes to get done with this. So at 3:30, we should be done. resources. All right, so who's going to map out the resources? Let's write down either it's people around the tables, or if it's someone outside of the tables, who's going to be responsible to reach out to these organizations so that they take these next steps. Does that make sense? Yeah? So next steps, on the next steps, make sure you write down who's going to do what, right? So that you know who from your group is going to take action for those next steps. All right, other than that, I think we're almost done. Can you raise your hand if your table is done with the discussions? None. No one is done yet. Are you guys done? Huh? All right, so guys, I'm going to give you 2 more minutes to wrap up, and then we're going to present results. So 2 more minutes to wrap up. Make sure you have people assigned to actions or organizations, at least organizations that are assigned to certain next steps, and then we can do a presentation of results. All right, 1 more minute. All right, so who is done with their solution mapping? One group is done. All right, anyone else is done? 2 groups, 3 groups. We have 11, so we're still missing a few. All right, so guys, since we are running out of time, let's start with the presentation. So which groups were done? Can you just raise your hand again if you're done? You guys are done, yeah? So can you bring the whole group up here? Guys, bring the whole group. No, we don't need it. Mari. So guys, please come up here. So guys, let's listen up to the first group who already has described their solution. You okay?
So the problem that we identified was there was lack of skills generally. First of all, they have a problem. but sometimes you can't know whether you have lack of internet, where you do not know what is happening, you do not know you need that kind of help. So one of the things that we found as our solution was a sustainable entrepreneur support program. Because of course, that was our major. We had so many of them, but we realized that sometimes we have kind of very brief programs, yeah? Even as incubators, as accelerators. And these programs last for 4 months, 3 months, 6 months. Everybody withdraws, everybody goes on their own. And then there is like a shell left. The entrepreneurs cannot grow. That's why we are not exiting, right? We are dying. So on that base, yeah. On that, in order to build these sustainable support programs, we realized we needed program development. We need to invest in program development by doing a bit of research and development on that part, but not educational research, but at least borrowing on best practices and looking at other people who are doing it better and doing it, but also identifying problems that are really they're associated with us. Don't belong to other people. They are within our ecosystem. And of course, the other thing we found is the solution is also to build a collaboration and partnership with all the players. So policy makers, incubators, who else? Everybody, entrepreneurs, and all that. And so the solution, the next steps that we found in order to make this ecosystem vibrant, because one of the things that came up was we need resources to do this, right? But we have to look for a solution that we can access ourselves, not waiting for other people to come and do it for us. So we thought we needed ecosystem mapping. So like we are all here, we are from different countries. In each country you have different incubators or hubs. How do we map that and make this accessible to startups? If I come to Uganda, I need to be able to, if I'm in this area, I go up as a startup, I can be able to access information and know exactly what to do, in terms of those things we mapped up there. The other thing is that we need, in order to build this ecosystem, we feel like, because we are disconnected as hubs, we need to build membership, kind of a community. And when we looked at how do we build a community, even if we create a WhatsApp group, everybody will go on their own. So nobody will follow up on what we are doing. We're not going to improve anything, right? So we thought we could build up membership of the ecosystem and include all the hubs, all the incubators, all the accelerators, and of course also map out like all the consultants, the mentors. And of course, that of course will give us now a constructive way of building a collaboration framework, because we need rules and we kind of need guidance. Of course, people are like, well, we know there are other associations across Africa, but we still feel then why have we identified this as a major problem in our own local ecosystem? So it feels like they are far away. So we thought, building that kind of a community, of course, it will our members to this. And people will have to register the hubs, and then this community can be able to run all these programs, trainers, mentors, trainers, what else? Convening workshops like this, because they are going to go to Estonia, and then what will happen to us, So those are the things we came up with. Yeah. What do you think?
Well done. I don't know if there's any questions for the group. We can also have questions during the dinner. So also a good idea. All right. Next group, who wants to come up and present? Yeah, guys, come on up. And let's try to do this fast because we have 11 groups to go through. So let's try to move up here. Yes, you can bring the whole team. That's it. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Your eyes all up here. Okay, so our problem was the lack of information. We realized most startups and even hubs don't have enough information to even find the startups to help. So we decided the best solution would be to create a repository. So a startup resources guide or portal that would have all available information aggregated for the startups. As well, in the portal, we would have like online webinars and maybe trainings and symposiums and things like this. So, I got that. Resources. Next. So, generally, these would really help with streamlining all this information and improving and helping collaboration between all the necessary, ecosystem players. So the next steps would be we would, set up a committee for coordination. We were thinking of maybe each person from their different countries would find people in the public sector, like the Ministry of Trade, who is really, who works well with knowing all about the trade and even East African affairs. We'd also work with the private sector, like the hubs we have, and startups, and bring them all together, plus investor groups. So that's the committee composition. Then we'd map all existing information in the different countries, and then pitch this idea to the EAC to be able to, get this portal. And then work on getting endorsements and funding to create the portal itself for the entire East Africa region. And then the actual creating of the portal and the launch. Right.
All right, who wants to come next? Yes? So next groups already start coming here, otherwise it takes a long time. I think they were already on the way, but they were already on the way. You can be immediately after. All right, so guys, remind us what was the problem and talk a little bit about the solution and the...
Okay. This is our group, and our challenge is government policy, and the solution we selected is stakeholder engagement, bringing together all key players, including government policymakers, startup initiatives, key civil society organizations, different hubs, associations, and other development partners. And what would be the impact for this is the next steps. One, it's identifying the different relevant stakeholders to this, because we acknowledge that there are different people contributing to this. And then the next thing is to create synergies around us. Different people look at different things differently, and how do we bring this together so that we speak the same language and face in the same direction. Then we need to create interaction platforms where we can continuously engage with the people. And then the other thing is the regulatory impact assessment, where we need to know, is this policy actually required? If it is required, what is it going to contribute to? And in our view, we think that Startup Uganda and Tech Buzz Uganda will lead all of us, and then of course they will identify the different people to partner with to have that. Something important that we put under the funding is that we put together different things that we want to do, but then we don't assign resources to this. Much as we have the framework where we can have this coming up, we really need to put resources in the box to facilitate what we want to create. Thank you very much. I have something to add.
All right, well done. Now you guys, come on up. So next group, please, guys, come on up. Don't be shy.
So the problem we wanted to solve was lack of skills, exposure, and knowledge, information. Yeah, so in the solutions, the first solution is getting startups to subscribe to ESOs like us, advocacy for best entrepreneurship practices, vertical horizontal interaction for early stage and mature startups, sort of like bringing them together so that the early stage startups can learn from more mature startups. Resources needed. We figured we'd need capacity building for ESOs to attract more memberships from startups, and also building a database of relevant stakeholders incentivized by opportunity priority and lobbying for opportunities. So a good case would be when we have a database, and then if there are opportunities between the startups or different stakeholders, then they can share, and priority is given to those who are in that database. The impact, next step, okay. So the next steps, like what we can do now or next week, one of them is organizing info sessions. A good one would be a regional info session with the ESOs in this room for startups to share knowledge. Leveraging on existing associations, like in Tanzania we have TSA, in Uganda we have Startups Uganda, these AfriLabs, leveraging on such organizations to collect data. And also people who attend these info sessions where we share the knowledge and the skills and the exposure, we can then collect that data for the database, and also share opportunities for startups that we will have in the network.
Thank you. Next group, right here. So tell us a little bit about what you were working on.
Go to market. Go to market.
All right. We are going to sound like one of the other groups that has already been here because we're trying to solve the same problem. But our problem was access to new markets, and our solution is to create a collaborative platform acting as a one-stop center with resources for startups seeking to access new markets. The idea is to have this run by a gathering of ESOs like Startup Uganda or maybe AfriLabs, and then use the local hubs to be the local centers. So next steps would be to brainstorm the platform functionality, because as we're going through it, there were so many things that we thought we could add, ticketing prices, staff, so many things. Just see which one is more important and then focus on that first and add on more features. So that would need a bit of market research. So we'd go around just talking to entrepreneurs and seeing what they would want on the platform. Then we also have a partnership proposal and onboarding plan for the ESOs. The idea would be to have maybe one staff of each ESO trained so that they're able to quickly answer questions for anyone that may come to their center. And then start looking for the money to build the platform, because it's not cheap. It sounds very comprehensive, and setting it up. And as we look for the big money, we'd have a prototype that would be using forums to just crowdsource information, experiences, stories from people who have tried to enter new markets, what they've learned and how they can help others. And then eventually launch the big thing. Right, that was us.
So it's funny to see that there's a lot of overlapping between different groups. So let's take the next group up. So guys, tell us a little bit about what you were working on.
So the problem, problem we were working on was product market fit, which of course is the breeding ground for grantpreneurs. The solution that we decided to focus on, the easiest, is structured funding. This is particularly for early stage entrepreneurs. So we looked at having funding that is milestone or event-based funding. We looked at implementing requirements for growth or continuity plan. We also looked at funding that allows for local realities, such as budget allocation for salaries in the team. The resources needed, we spoke about reporting structures that are fluid and actually work. Oh, okay.
All right, so in terms of next steps, we looked at the low-hanging fruit. So that's things that we already are driving in our various organizations. So for instance, Innocent is doing a lot around entrepreneurship training in schools in Kenya. So that's an opportunity for us to help them scale that up and then replicate it across the region. And then ourselves as Plug and Play, we recently launched
access to the market basically. And the key resources that we pinpointed out to tackle with the key players or the key partners in the ecosystem. Next steps, okay. Okay, then the steps into bringing this into a reality, we looked at building up a platform for Pan-African startup ecosystem, basically that combines a number of the startups that are available, which could collaborate together and bring upon the access to the market from different countries which are within having the startup businesses. Then also we looked at also setting up an online platform, basically a portal, which has all the records on data, whereby any person who wants to set up a company or a business within a particular company can just start to put in the name of the country, then you can have filters how the legal requirements and everything basically required, so it can able have access to the market. Then lastly, we also had concerning Africans working together basically to empower and educate and consume each other's products, basically like in Uganda, we have now the move of Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, basically, so that each and every startup in the country can grow up basically and have enough market than competing with other countries abroad. So basically, first of all, having a foothold within the local markets. So this would be a good way, basically, for other countries who are having markets, who want to enlarge their markets into Uganda. So they can also come into the platform, basically, and then also put in their search engines and set up a company, and then you can have the local access to the local market, basically. And then lastly, you could also, I think that's basically it, or there's something to add up, also.
Hello, and just to conclude about our solution, we have laid out amongst us the various stakeholders that can support in breeding this ecosystem, facilitate these businesses that are within this country.
All right, now you guys, and then I think we have 2 groups in the back and 1 here in the front, right? All right. So, who wants to take the microphone?
Hello, everyone. So our problem was lack of research resources and data. So this is mainly faced by generally all the partners in the ecosystem. And our solution that we found that is quite easy to implement is skilling and capacity building of the startups and how to conduct business researches. So how would we do that? Initially, we would begin with a needs assessment to identify the areas in which we can be able to increase the research and data, R&D, for the ecosystem in the country. This would be done like by hubs associations for countries that have it, like in Kenya, they have the Association of Hubs Kenya, and in Uganda we have something similar to that, Startup Uganda, but it's not an association, so that's something that we'd definitely be working on as an ecosystem. We'd have the reports generated and then the dissemination of the findings to the key partners. So that would be all the members in the ecosystem to find a way to be able to address the problem. And then we'd have the capacity buildings and skilling workshops similar to this, but then it would be targeted towards R&D and ensuring that the startups can have the access to these resources and the information that we're trying to get out. And then we have the linkages of the ecosystem players so that we can be able to have like a centralized, say, organizational platform that would then be available to the players in the ecosystem, because even investors do need this kind of information. So that's it from us.
Well done. Who wants to come next? You guys in the front, they're in the back. Who wants to come next? I think the guys in the back are already coming. So let's take the team in the back, and then I think there's one more in the back and one in the front. So tell us a little bit about what you are working on.
Good evening, or is it good afternoon? We are the roundtable team, comprising of Mary Ben, Robert, Michael, Ron here, and of course, Alan. Yeah, these are very highly intelligent individuals you see here. Trust me, I've been interacting with them since morning, so I know what I'm talking about. Now, our problem was identified on team development, that is dysfunctional teams. So in startups, you will find dysfunctional teams, and how are we going to solve this problem? Basically, we identified the solution as mentorship, and the solution description is all about mentorship is a deliberate guidance that is offered to an organization or an individual with purposes of empowering that organization or that individual, while at it, using the skills that have been gathered over the years by the mentor. That is the description of mentorship. And we're going to run straight to the resources needed. And of course, we're going to... next steps. The next steps would be done by Robert.
All right. So next steps, obviously, one is doing a mentorship assessment, identifying the areas in which you need to be mentored. Before you start finding a mentor, you need to assess which areas do you need support. Obviously, you would love to be supported in all areas. And the mentorship assessment also offers the startup, the founders and the team, an opportunity to accept the areas they need to let go full control, at least initially, so they can be guided. Another step in that is now finding the right mentor. So after you've done your mentorship assessment, where you realize I need mentorship assessment here, you find the right mentor. Once you find the right mentor, then you leverage on your strengths and minimize your weaknesses, which will then lead you to another step of now hiring right. You'll hire now the right people because you're clear on the areas you need to grow and develop. And when you do that, you will now intentionally change your organizational culture so that you have more functional team, you increase your efficiency, you increase your happiness, you reduce mental health episodes and burnout and high attrition rates in the startup, which we are all familiar with. That happens almost on a weekly basis. That someone calls and says, I'm done, can't work here anymore. So when you get this done, you will be able to keep your team, keep them happy, and get money.
All right, well done, guys. What a better way to describe a dysfunctional team than you guys coming up here. It's good. So there's one more team here in the front and then one in the back. So tell us what you guys were working on. Once the microphone.
Okay, thank you very much. So earlier, like we stated, our group found out that some of the challenges startups face, mostly early startups, is they are dependent on external funding. So our solution is not any different from the already stated solutions. However, if you pay attention, we definitely have new contributions. Yeah, so our solution is to establish and enhance collaborations among early stage startups. And some of our next steps are to create a database of entrepreneurs at all regions to make it easy for startups to find the right potential partners they can collaborate with. Yeah, and then secondly, terms of engagement. After identifying the potential partners they want to work with, how can they, do the paperwork and all those terms of how to work along with them to avoid frustrations. Yeah, and then also we look at creating a tool because we are looking at having this collaboration go smoothly. We want all the startups, all the collaborators to benefit from each other, all adding value to each other. So we create a tool that is to help the startups level up through setting goals and being able to have them tracked in a measurable way, in that they are adding value to the collaborators. They do what they get, because in some of the problems we had is that they were not, being productive. So this tool is able to like help them be productive so that they are also adding value to the collaborators. Yeah, but then most importantly, we realized that we had to ask ourselves in the first place, why is it hard to collaborate? So we found that we have entrepreneurs in different places. We have entrepreneurs in remote areas. We have entrepreneurs in the central. We have entrepreneurs in Kenya, Tanzania. So communication also is a little bit difficult. So some of the next steps that we have is to come up with inclusive communication systems, in that we make these collaborations very easy for these people. If we look at like Kampala, most of these innovation hubs, they all happen mostly in Kampala. The communications, everything, every information that rotates around innovation happens around Kampala. So that remote areas are actually not benefiting so much. So we are looking at having these conversations pushed to these regions, radios, magazines, community engagements at local government centers and all that, in that they get to actually know that there's someone out there doing something they're working on, and then they share the benefits and contribute towards each other. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, well done. Big round of applause. Thank you. And then I think the final group is coming up. All right, so let's see what you guys were working with.
And of course, last but not least, absolutely not least. So our group's problem was compliance with initial investment, and our solution that we decided to focus on for this particular session was to create partnerships with business development organizations who can do the heavy lifting for compliance and condense information. So we're so privileged to sit with BDO, which is a business development organization. So they already do that work. So for us, we already felt like we're in the solution itself. Can you imagine that? Thanks for the workshop, by the way. So the next steps, is that where we're jumping to, is the creation and curation of information banks, which so many people and so many groups have already alluded to. I think one thing that we can particularly add for our purposes today in order for it to be beneficial is also the thought process of storytelling around the stories of startups in Uganda and then Africa, because a lot of times you find that information is so dense and there's quite a lot of jargon that people actually don't understand, which makes information then quite hard to understand and condense and then utilize. So how are we deliberately storytelling around a lot of the startups in Africa and in Uganda specifically, which is something that Motive is going into the direction of particularly. So when you're saying who's actually responsible for that, take a look at Motive, because we work directly with creative people. So how are we inviting creatives into the process of building brands and building businesses in Uganda and then in Africa. And then the other one is enhancing collaboration with incubators. So a lot of, I think 1 or 2 groups had already mentioned that. There are already some collectives that do exist on the African continent, in Uganda specifically. But I think for the purposes of today is really looking at critically how we can create spaces of social interaction. So, I mean, I really like that, for example, this workshop is really engaging and it's really interactive, but how do we scale that and how do we take that into the communities that we serve? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of us work with entrepreneurs. So how do we take that into the communities that we serve and create social settings that enable and encourage for people to share stories? Because once again, that is the one way that people learn. You learn over a beer, mostly, and life's experience, right? That's it from us.
All right, well done. So you connect over a beer. That's very important. I think we're going to do that hopefully tonight as well. Just before we close this session and we will move on to the next one, I think it was very interesting to see so many overlapping solutions to different problems, right? A lot of you were working with different problems, but a lot of the solutions had to do with creating network, creating platforms, sharing of information, creating platforms where people can find information about what's happening, and even mapping the ecosystem, which we kind of started to do today in the morning. So before we close off, just a heads up, we created a small WhatsApp group. If you guys use WhatsApp, then feel free to come up here and scan the QR code, or just, I don't know, come to one of us and we'll add you to the group. But just to stay in connection with each other and kind of facilitate more of this discussion. Today was all about the startups. Tomorrow it's all going to be about the startup community. And it was funny because with solutions for the startups, I could see a lot of community initiatives that benefit the community itself, right? So by helping startups, you're helping yourselves. So tomorrow we're going to focus a little bit, we're going to look inwards into what are the issues that my organization is facing, what are the issues that organizations helping startups might be facing, and trying to come up with solutions for that. But for today, from our side, that is it. We're going to have one more session coming up, but I'd like to thank you all for your contributions, energy, and I hope that you don't throw away the papers where the next steps are written, because we hope you start working on them next week. So I guess, thank you. Thank you very much. And Arthur's going to tell us a little bit about what's going to happen next.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. I think another round, guys. Very well done, and cool seeing many of the solutions that have been coming up, the interesting discussions that were happening before as well. I think before we jump into the next session, I'm cognizant the doctor is here for anyone who wants to do those COVID tests. So for anyone who needs a COVID test, again, we've got Tracy and Susan in the back. You can please register with them. They're just waving there behind. If you require them for your returning flight, some countries do require that. Please notify them so they can arrange with the doctor who's downstairs. Also, I'm glad that you mentioned the WhatsApp group. Please feel free to join. And I think Tracy has also shared it on email, I believe. So feel free to join from there so the conversation can carry on and continue. We're very excited. We'll also have our dinner later on this evening. We'll tell you some more details about that as we end the session. But for right now, I wanted to introduce the final session, which actually builds on from the solutioning conversation we've just been having. One of the mechanisms around sort of setting up these founders, our customers, the founders and startups for success, is a regulatory piece. In fact, earlier when we were chatting with the journalists, they were mentioning that, how are you communicating what you people are discussing to government? And we were like, oh no, government is also doing some things, don't get me wrong, but how do we now reconcile their efforts with our efforts and our ideal scenario for these startups to thrive? So that kind of sets us up for the next conversation. In Uganda, we're going through a process of creating a Startup Act. It's sort of a legislative piece that tries to create a further enabling environment for founders and startups to thrive, but also that encourages capital to come into the country, encourages a lot of innovation across companies and startups and all together. Essentially, how can the legislative environment also speak to culture of innovation we're trying to propagate? So one of the key, and this is an effort that's being done through Startup Uganda, our umbrella body here in Uganda that tries to bring together different hubs, different incubators, accelerators, and other entrepreneur support organizations. So that piece has been moving quite well, and one of the key people who's been supporting that is actually our head of legal, who has joined us here today. This is Helen Mukasa. She's our head of legal here at the Innovation Village, and I don't think there's any other person who's better placed to talk to you about the Startup Act. She's known the journey we've gone through quite a bit in detail, so she should be able to walk us through in the next session. But over and above that, we wanted to sort of benchmark as well what your efforts have been in the different countries you're in. Some countries have, I don't know if I'm still from the conversation, but some segregate into SME regulation, then into startup regulation. So I remember we had an interesting conversation around, well, what is a startup? And in the Ugandan context, it seemed like they are counted as one and the same. What does that mean from a regulatory environment? So without further ado, I wanted to hand this over to Helen to kind of walk us through a session to try and understand
for the different solutions we're talking about, if we were to scale these on a national level, on a regional level, what would that look like from a regulatory perspective? Oh yeah, yes, the doctor is definitely downstairs. The cook downstairs. So if you need it, I think now would be a good time to be ushered there. I don't think it takes very long. So perhaps some people can nip out briefly, get that COVID test done, and then feel free to join us again, right? I believe the coffees and teas are also here, so we'll do a working session, and then we can crack on for the rest of the day. For now, I'd like to hand you over to Helen, who will be taking us through the next session. Karibu.
Thank you, Arthur. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen. I'm cognizant of the fact that we are running a bit late behind our schedule, so I'm going to keep my introduction brief. How many people are visiting Uganda for the very first time? Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's a very, very, it's a pleasure to have you. So I'm going to share with you very briefly the journey that Uganda has taken and our status quo to date with trying to get a National Startup Act, and then I'll introduce the activity that we are going to do. So, of course, the purpose for us taking on this initiative is to try and create an enabling environment for our startups to thrive. Currently, our ecosystem is largely disintegrated. We have many key players, but people are working in silos. And we also have some laws that have aspects of support to the startups. The Income Tax Act, intellectual property protection. There are various aspects in those laws, but they are all scattered. So what we're trying to look for is to convene the ecosystem players and find all those, find the protection in one place under one law. So we started this initiative in 2021, and amidst COVID, we're unable to have very many physical consultative meetings. So we were really limited to online sessions with entrepreneurs. Following that, I think after the lockdown ended, we were able to have one physical interaction where we had some of the, actually government attended some of those. We had key stakeholders attend that one. And that's what led us into having a position paper. So our position paper then enabled us to find an anchor ministry. We are working directly with the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives to support this initiative. So fast forward to 2022, early in the year, we held a workshop, again, similar to this, very similar to this, because some of the issues that we discussed therein were about defining a startup in Uganda's ecosystem, challenges, proposed recommendations for the policy, and we also had lawyers in the room, so we touched a bit on existing laws, which have some provisions that might need to be amended should we get a National Startup Act. So all that led us into where we are now. We have a technical working committee. I would like to recognize Kenneth from Tech Buzz Hub. He's a member of that committee. So private sector is ably represented by Kenneth, myself from the Innovation Village. Kenneth is the policy lead in Startup Uganda. Startup Uganda is an umbrella organization where all hub owners and everyone that supports startups has membership. So he represents that aspect from the Innovation Village, and then we have Private Sector Foundation. So the rest are government, but we try and look out for the interest of private sector. And our work has started. Right now we're at a stage where we need a regulatory impact assessment, because in Uganda, in order for you to have a law or policy, you have to go through the process of assessing whether the law is needed. Should you have a law or a policy or even just a strategy? There's a lot of uncertainty for us at the moment. We don't know if we'll get an act or a policy, or that they might recommend that we do nothing and just amend the existing policies. But we're trying our best to look out for the interests of the startups and everyone that supports them. And that's why we thought that it would be great for us to interact with you and get some insights, because some of you are from countries where this process has been already completed. So as we discussed today, I encourage you to share with us freely. The activity today is going to mainly focus on the most critical issue for us, which is the definition of a startup in Uganda's
ecosystem. I think that we are confident this can be handled by you all in the room because we are all Africans and our context doesn't change much, you know? We are similar in a way or other, whether you're from the east or the west or the south. Our pain points are very similar. So I'm very confident that everyone in this room has a lot that you can share with me and Kenneth that we can take back to the rest of the committee and help us to help Uganda to achieve a law that can enable this environment to thrive. So we are going to focus on 4 key issues because, like I mentioned, we've had a similar engagement where we tried in our own way to define what is a Ugandan startup. But there are 4 areas where we feel like we might need help and you guys might be able to help us. So these areas include nationality. What are you on what the nationality of a startup founder should be? For example, in Uganda, if you incorporate a company here, it doesn't matter if you're from America or the UK, it is going to be called a Ugandan company. But the people behind it are non-Ugandan. So when we define characteristics of a startup, should such a company qualify for the benefits of a startup or not? Think about this in the context of your own home country and let us know if that would be okay. Gender is another key issue. We are all aware that in the business world, the playing field is not so leveled, believe it or not. The ladies have more issues than men when it comes to fundraising, management of businesses, the conflicting demands on their time, even cultural expectations. So we would like to know what you think. Should the law specifically seek to protect female entrepreneurs in a way a little more than the male? The next thing is sector. There's a lot of ambiguity around which sectors we need to focus on. Most of us are from agro-based countries. So should we just say that, okay, this is the area where the youth can really, contribute, so we focus on agriculture? Should we pick other sectors too? Or should we leave it open? Anyone who is innovative, doing great work in any sector can qualify for a startup label. And lastly, the most contentious issue so far for us as a technical working committee is technology. What role should tech play in defining a startup? Should only people with tech or tech-enabled solutions benefit from the law? Or you could just be innovative but without using technology and you should also benefit. So those are the areas where I would really, really like your help. And we're going to share with you the forms. You can tackle all at once. I guess 5 minutes for each. We have this. So this corner speaks to nationality. Let us know what your table thinks about that, gender, sector, and technology. And then every table will have a chance to present its views. And all of this will go into a report that we shall be able to, Kenneth and I will be able to present to the Technical Working Committee on the National Startup Act Initiative for Uganda. I really look forward to hearing what you guys think. Thank you very much. So let's distribute these and get the group starting. Oh, okay. So we're going to take 15 minutes to fill these out so that we can have ample time to share our thoughts. There are 4 categories, so you can take 5 for each. And I'm happy to move around. Angel is also a lawyer, and move around and guide Kenneth. I don't be tied to one table. It would be very unfair. The table would have unfair advantage. So please feel free to support each of the tables together with me. We have 15 minutes, guys, starting now.
everyone. Just be informed that we are about to wind up the discussion. So we could just wrap it up a little bit, and then the presentation will begin in 5 minutes. So for those that will be done, just let us know. And
how are we doing, guys? How many are almost done? Almost done? Hands up, please. You have a table that's done. One table is completely done, guys. How many think they are halfway? Halfway? Yeah, this table is. Come on, we need something. We need something written. Peter still. Guys, the COVID doctor is leaving. If anyone is in need of the service, please visit the doctor before they leave. Also, is available working tea break. Okay, ladies, gentlemen, it's time for us to start sharing our thoughts. I know that there's one table that's done, so I'm going to give it the opportunity to start. Table number one. Table number one, I would like to invite you to the front to share with us your insights. Yes, you are. You are the winning table. Share your insights with us, please. So we are having our first presentation, guys. Listen in.
Right. For us, this was our findings. So for nationality, we said that we are about 70% ownership should be for the indigent, and then about 30% should be for foreign nationals. And then this is because we also want more of the investment as talent, and in terms of decision making, influence, and all, obviously the indigents should have more authority to. Because obviously, if there's larger percentage of ownership being foreign nationals, they make the decision, which affects the local people. And then in terms of gender, we are looking at equality. We're looking at gender equality, and so providing more incentive for women, just to also empower more women in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And then with the sector, we didn't really land on being specific, so we went in for multiple sectors. And then when it comes to technology, the innovation should cut across many sectors and not necessarily tech-enabled startups or tech-enabled businesses.
Thank you so much, guys. Who's ready to go? Thank you. To have another winner. Give them attention, please. I know that some of you are trying to wind up, but let's give attention to those who are done. Just learn from them and get to understand this better, because it's for our own space. Attention, please.
Thank you. In our group, we looked at this on nationality. So our approach was need to existing framework. Don't conflict it, but work towards harmony. So for the aspect of ownership, my suggestion was has to be referenced to existing, for instance, Companies Act. Yes, it gives room. Sorry, yeah, sorry about that. So, for instance, yes, the Companies Act accommodates both foreign and local ownership. But a foreigner cannot be a majority owner. Then does that mean that we give, when we come to the startup, give the foreigners more majority ownership? Then when it comes to aspects of equity split and how do we deal with that? So we need to be very cognizant of existing law so that we don't create a journey that kind of is going to take us back into conflict. So we work towards harmonizing, also have a clear understanding what is more realistic. So we also looked at the aspect of investment threshold. When you look at the current investment, I think for a foreigner you need about a minimum of 100,000 US. That can't apply. Startup does not apply more like the traditional company. How do we harmonize that? Not conflicting. What is the more realistic figure? We also have to think about. At the moment we can't give an exact figure. I think that is something that we need to reflect. So it came to the aspect of profit repatriation. So we have the aspect of equity splits, and let's say we have most of the money coming in from this. We get at the point of, it's we are breaking even. Does it mean that all this money goes back to donors, or we keep it back at home? Those are some of the questions that. Then the aspect of corporate governance came into the structure and the functionality of the. How does that work? Do we have a company that is typically run by foreigners, or we need to create that balance between the locals and the, especially for this. For this, I will hold my comments and I will ask one of my colleagues, because with all due respect to the women in the room, I didn't seem to agree with the suggestion, but we'll come to that. Yeah.
Just I wanted to add something on the nationality, sort of like a caveat. We shouldn't forget that we make it a little bit for someone to put in investment, they would prefer fiction, wishes. This technically makes it harder for them to get investment.
The ease of doing business. I think Rwanda has taken very priority in that. How is it easy for me to come into your territory? Also the cost of doing business. So I'll come to sector. So for us, sector, we said has to be sector specific, but with a key priority on the key areas. So in Rwanda, I know ICT is very key. I don't know in Uganda if agriculture is still one of them. So in Rwanda, we've been very emphatic on areas of ICT. So for anyone in that area, then it becomes easy. Then for technology, we said we need to create a balance between tech-enabled and impact-driven startups. That has to come out very clearly. So yes, technology is important, but we also need to be very mindful of other startups that are looking towards impact, not just business success. We have social enterprises that fall in the category of startups. It shouldn't be something that is basically tailored by technology, but we also need to pay attention. So for the gender lens,
I actually have a question. The current threshold. No, invest like a common threshold. What's the medium approach?
I know in Uganda it's 100,000 USDs, and you also need to give, I think, like a history of your bank statements, and also give a clear business proposal.
It's quite steep. It makes it hard to
Yeah,
invest.
and you can't adopt the same approach for startups. So for the gender lens,
yeah. So for the gender lens, we thought that it's important to have that in mind, so that it could be either ownership. We have a look at both genders if it's a third, so that either in ownership or employment, both genders are well taken care of. So assuming that less than 30% of ownership, I mean, there is no woman in the ownership, then we have to look at how many women are you employing. Yeah.
my issue with that was it can kill the organic flow of the company. Do I necessarily need to have women in my company? Because I'm trying to drive the gender lens. No offense, but we also need to be realistic to the situation at hand here. Yeah. So, I don't know. For technology, I said we need to create a balance between tech and impact-driven startups.
This is far more interesting than I imagined it would be. Thank you so much. Yes, we have a ready group. You will come next.
Okay, thank you very much. We did agree with several of the points that the previous group had. So when it came to nationality, our view is that it must meet the criteria for full participation of locals. And this, we looked at 3 components. Number 1 was shareholding or equity. Okay, and some countries, if you look at some countries, they actually prescribe 40%, 50%, or whatever prescription. Secondly, governance. Again, it can be prescribed that at the level of governance, locals must participate because they must be at the table when investment and so on decisions are being made. And finally is employment. We cannot have, like the case we've been having here of Chinese coming to shovel sand. That cannot be acceptable. So at the lowest level, 100%, for example, of unskilled labor must be local. Okay? And so again, it can be prescribed. So for nationality, for us, that is the key. When we came to sector here, we said all sectors must be supported. All sectors must be empowered. And the view is that if you look at every economy that works, all sectors are empowered. Gender, again, like the previous group, we really had an interesting conversation here. We couldn't conclude. And we thought that we cannot generalize because there's seriously questions of definition and questions of value and so on. So what should we be looking for? Is it the value that people are bringing to the table or simply the fact that they are women? Okay, so it is something that we should look at and consider the value that individuals are bringing versus their gender. Okay, so we advocated for vulnerable groups rather than simply gender. Because there are people who are female, but they're very wealthy and so on and so forth, and can be able to start an organization without any help. And then there are those who are vulnerable. They are female and vulnerable. So what are we looking at? Okay, and the argument is that gender does not necessarily define vulnerability per se. Technology, again, we say just like sector, must be innovation is encouraged across product, process, and model ranges. So it's not confined in its application. And therefore, things like creative industry that does not depend on technology and so on and so forth must be supported equally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like that you guys are coming up with some alternatives to some of the proposals that we were thinking. That's good thinking. It really represents good thinking. I think that group wanted to go first. They expressed earlier interest. So let's go with them, then you guys can follow. I like this room. You guys are brilliant. I wish I could take you all to that committee with me. But believe me, I'm going to represent your views. I like the flow of information here. It's exciting.
Thank you very much. Our group about nationality, especially on ownership, we agreed that if the startup business is owned by a foreigner, we said the act should specify at least the Ugandan nation to have a shareholder who has 40%, who is a Ugandan shareholder. But it also depends on, of course, the guidance from the experts, the guidance from, for example, URSB on the other required laws on ownership and business registration. Then in terms the sector, according to the group felt like we should have the priorities stated. We highlighted some of them, especially renewable energy and natural resources, agriculture and agribusiness. We looked at ICT and innovations, agritourism and agroprocessing. But we said, according to the other experts and guidance, it can be open so that we don't limit maybe other sectors that may also become so relevant in the future. But we shall be able to, I think, consult the laws and see. So if there is a chance of leaving it open and looking at the implications it might have on the startups, we can have it open. But if we find that the implications are bigger than possibly they are negative, if we leave it open, then we can give priorities. Then on gender, we basically agreed that all startups, the policy should clearly state that the startups should have a gender inclusion and safeguarding policies, and the policies should be able to cater for the different gender categories. Looking at the female, they can state the percentage of, for example, the males, the people with disability, and the refugees, noting that our country is, of course, a refugee host country. We now have startups that are in the refugee settlements. And then lastly, on technology, we agreed that the Act should at least state that startups should integrate ICT in business operations to enhance business efficiency. So that's what we agreed on. Thank you very much.
Awesome. I like it. Let's have you.
Okay, so for our team, regarding nationality, we said at least 50% national should have local ownership and 80% local talent as a minimum. We also looked at the option of having Uganda as a startup haven, where startups from all over Africa would be able to come into Uganda to set up, looking at regulation, and also looked at, in terms of policy setting up and all that, having it multi-layered for African companies, East African companies, and the likes. In terms of gender, we also looked at providing incentivization for women founders. For us, we looked at it at the founder level of women-led companies, because I believe that's where they are minority in terms of leading companies or setting up companies. So then the policy or the law here would be able to provide incentivizations for those for women-led companies, and also looking at tax incentives and the likes. Yeah, so that's it in terms of nationality and gender. And then I'll hand over to my colleague.
Yeah, there was one more on gender where we thought right. So there's a point we share with the group that was just here. Just maybe have more laws in place that protect women from the barriers and biases that they face entering the entrepreneurship space. Yeah, and then maybe for companies that are employing minorities and women, a few incentives for the bigger the percentage of minorities and women they employ, then maybe just give them some more incentives so that, you know, they are incentivized. In terms of technology, we thought we should emphasize the practical tech education in higher education, as opposed to waiting for the likes of Andela and others to come and fill that gap. It should be ingrained in the curriculum. And then emphasize on having the necessary backbone infrastructure, like internet coverage. We need the government to really work on that and prioritize it so that, you know, the whole country is connected and everyone is online. Waive taxes on tech startups for the products and services and equipment they need to start, so that, you know, the cost of starting up is reduced. Then have special consideration for technologies that are climate smart, because, yeah,
We are not trying to end the world. Then in terms of sector, we also agree that no sector should be ignored, but more specifically, we think that innovation centers or programs should be developed on a sector-by-sector basis. So not just have the same blanket incentives across all of them that you're giving to the tech startups, but have a team deal with agriculture startups, hear their needs specifically, and develop things for them. So there should be teams focusing on all the key sectors. Then have special consideration for sectors with high employment rates potential, and maybe prioritize them above the others. And then incentivize startups across all sectors. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's our submission. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you've decided, I mean, you've made recommendations definitely about the tech aspect, but I'm not sure that you've reached a decision on whether the law should protect tech or tech-enabled only or not. Did you decide on that? That's of course. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Who's ready to go? Right.
For nationality, I guess the agreement was at least the local founder should have 51%. How the other 49 is divided, at least for control, because the moment it's an external nationality becomes tricky. But then I think there's a question of, does nationality mean if it's me and a Ugandan or it's me and an American? Are those two different scenarios? Yeah. Then on nationality, we had external existing companies. I think Kenya is the latest one to be affected by this. When Microsoft, Google, Visa came in at the same time, and then it just disrupted everything. Does that actually mean that startup nature of incubation hubs is affected? Because I think Kenyans have been affected by that quite a lot. And then obviously there's the AFTAD that now allows for African connections. Then the rest are from other nationalities. So I can actually have a startup with a Ugandan more easily than I would with a European. For sector, I think it has to be tech-powered. I think it gives a lot of strength. And I think actually with COVID, we were able to see that the startups that actually thrived faster were those that were tech-powered in whatever, be it agriculture, be it finance, be it HR. The tech enables you to scale faster. Then there's obviously cross-sector. If you're proposing an energy, an agricultural solution, how does it affect the number of carbon emissions emitted? So it has to cut across sectors as well. For gender, I don't know about other countries, but for Kenya, it's women, youth, and disabilities 30%. It's a requirement across public sector. I don't know if they'll push that for startups as well. More women founders, and obviously, I think on our end, we've also seen greater women support. And I guess it started from corporate, where you had more women being supported. Then it led to an issue where the boy child felt like they're being left out. So would that lead to the same thing if women are supported more? I know a couple of programs that only accept applications if the company is run by a woman, 51%. But then would that eventually mean that the boy child will feel like they're not being supported? And at what stage do you actually balance the two? Technology, it has to be current trends. You can't be pushing solutions that can be solved probably by blockchain, and you're not utilizing the existing technologies. Existence of local capabilities. If you're going to say, electric cars, the electricity has to be there first in the country for the electric cars to survive. Internet penetration, it varies per country. For us, I guess we are at probably 95% penetration, so it's quite easy, as the same as the cost of access. For example, if it's a NedTech platform, and you're talking about kids being able to study from home, can the parents afford to buy the kids the devices they need? And after they get the devices, is the internet actually affordable and available?
Thank you very much. How many tables haven't gone? 2. Okay. We'll go after them.
Thank you. So, about nationality, we are very cognizant that startups should disregard the ownership restriction. So it is okay for any national to come and own 100% shares. However, this is considering the fact that it will be having indigenous economic growth. So if the company you're starting up in Uganda, if you're starting a company in Uganda, is it adding value to a Ugandan product, yeah, or whichever country you're in? Then in regards to the sector, it should be open to all sectors. However, considering the fact that different sectors have different solutions and different issues, the startup companies should be in position to provide a modified solution better than the already existing solutions. Also, the sector leads me to the technology. Actually, the gender will come back. Leads me to the technology. So as they are providing the modified solution, is it tech-based? Tech-based will then ensure diversity of reaching out to the limitless digital market. In regards to gender, we encourage equal opportunity to both the male and female. Why? I personally have a startup and a direct team of 7, and I'm the only lady, and I'm the founder and the CEO. I don't have ladies on my team, not because I don't want, but they can't do what I want. Yeah, I have a platform for digital marketing and business directories, but I think I was too fast at everything, that I was leaving behind every lady that would come near me, and I was finding it hard to lag, and yet I could have the gents that could do at my pace. Yeah, and this platform is actually open to all our countries. So if a startup that is providing a solution for startups is what I am. Yeah, yeah, this is us.
Thank you so much. Lastly, but not least, by no means.
For our group on nationality, the group said no 100% foreigners. Should be at least 60-40 in terms of local 60. In terms of positions, decision-making positions, and also employees. For technology, not necessarily technology-enabled, but should be should be solving problems and having impact. For sector, we were talking all sectors. We should have all inclusive in terms of sectors. For gender,
Hi guys. I would like to just clarify something of the lady that just came by. I understand that there's this mindset about how women are less than men, and I guess it's because we live in a very patriarchal society. But I can't relate with what she said, because all the women that I know are powerhouses, and they're decision makers, and they're very forward and they're decisive. So if you're looking for someone who you want to be on your team that actually can make decisions and can think, I know very many women, so please come to me. And please, please let us stop believing that, because yes, we live in a very submissive, cultured society where women are supposed to look down, not say yes, and all that. But please don't believe that women are they're so dumb. It's just that they're choosing to be like that because that's what the culture dictates.
Women should be given incentives. Yeah, that is our take.
Just to add on that, there is a tendency, startups usually use women as puppets. So someone gives you a role to fill, like you're the top administrator, but in actual sense you are a figurehead. So if you're using a woman to generate funds, then that is wrong. Women should be left to exercise their potentials.
Okay, so just quickly, what our team came up with. One, in terms of nationality, we think this kind of policy should be able to, of course, protect local founders, while at the same time incentivizing other people to actually come and also found within that particular country or ecosystem. In this case, Uganda. We have seen this around the world. Countries that are doing so well here. Their best interest is, of course, to make sure they are protecting their people. So in the US, for example, there are certain conditions for you to be a founder in the US. So we have to think about what frameworks we can have in place that does not put our local founders at a disadvantage, while at the same time not discouraging other people from coming to start companies in our country. So secondly, there has to be some sort of incentives, things like capital gain taxes and things to do with compliance that makes it a little bit easier for the local founders to actually start, or perhaps helps to equalize the play field for founders coming from economies that are more established and with a lot of resources that could easily put the local founders at a disadvantage. And then, of course, reducing a lot of the unnecessary bureaucracies and things like registration of the business and all these kind of things, regardless of whether they're local or foreign. When it comes to sector, we think that the Act has to be able to find a way of incentivizing investments and innovations in key sectors of the economy. Okay? We know what our national priorities are and where we need to go as a people. So I think this kind of act should have that kind of background in terms of incentivizing innovations, encouraging companies to actually start in that particular sector that are critical to our growth and where we want to go as a people. And then, of course, so for example, leveraging on national comparative advantages. What are we good at as a country? And how can this act encourage more companies to start in those areas of our comparative advantage? That's a very key aspect in terms of sector. On the issue of gender, we are very diplomatic. We believe that this kind of act should, of course, encourage active involvement of all genders. Whatever is relevant in that sector, everybody has enough to contribute to this table. So the act should be able to capitalize on that and really ensure that there's active involvement of all the genders. And of course, provide the necessary inclusive incentives that encourage. At one point we might see that maybe most of the founders are men, and another point maybe most of the founders are women, right? So the act has to be able to be applicable in both situations by ensuring that it encourages incentives that allow for that balance to be in place at any given point in time. Because these are cycles, they keep changing, right? So if you build with just one particular gender in mind, it will become redundant at another point. Okay? Then on the last part of technology, we believe that an act of this nature, a policy of this nature, should of course first of all encourage technology transfer. There are certain technological gaps that might be existing in this economy or in a given economy that can only be filled by allowing for that transfer to come from another place. And so encouraging founders who are coming from economies where some advanced technologies that may be of an advantage to us in the long term to actually come and operate here and bring that technology and that knowledge, knowledge transfer and technology transfer into our economy. So the Act should be able to look into these aspects as well. And then when we talk about technology too, I think we need to have a very broad and holistic view of what technology actually is. Because in spaces like this, when we talk about technology, we're mostly focusing on digital and computer-based technologies. But a pen is a technology, right? A hoe is a technology. So this kind of act should have a very broad and holistic view of what technology is in order to be able to really address issues to do with technology. And last but not least, of course, we also have to think about how can we incentivize the usage of technology as a catalyst for growth, in our ecosystem and in economy. Technology is just a tool, right? So how do we ensure that this kind of policy or act encourages the use of technology at all levels of society by either encouraging that companies are starting, that are critical in particular aspects. If we have technology-based companies and startups, how does it ensure that some of the government, contracts and a lot of these bids are actually supporting the growth of locally grown technology companies and tools, right? Other than outsourcing this to other countries all the time. The Act should be able to think about that as well. This is what our team came up with. And
yeah, maybe to add on something that it was very critical before we came up with these ideas. So the first question was like, what is a startup? And who is a startup? Really, it took us a lot of time to clarify and to define. So I think because our colleague are here and just working on the startup or association, I think it's quite important to understand that first, and then we'll put up dimensions and other things. Thank you so much.
the reason for that question is because in Uganda we have the micro, small, and medium enterprise policy already in existence since 2015, I think, or 16, right? So we have to be very clear as well on the definition. What is a startup? What makes a startup? And how is a startup different from an SME, for example? So that when we go to the policy people and the legislators, they wouldn't just say, we already have a policy that covers this, right? So that definition is very, very fundamental for this conversation.
Wow, this has been amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, guys. I just want to share with you some of the things that I've taken note of that have cut across or stood out strongly. I think that I have liked the fact that you have come up with ideas that we hadn't really thought through, or in a way, alternatives to some of the things that we were imagining. When it came to nationality, I saw people think about what it would mean if we broaden this to look into the governance aspect, for instance, because it's critical. You could be, looking out for just ownership, but the decision making is left to purely foreign boards. That was very good thinking, I think. I also like that you brought out the aspect of talent, the consideration of, how local is this startup. All this is food for thought for us. We have to think about the approach we're taking to this and all these views that are coming out from you. I think that there's been a general inclination towards protecting the locals on nationality with some, a fair aspect of people who think that we need to also seek investment, encourage investment, not scare them off. But most of you thought that we need to protect the locals. That stood out. It also stood out that there's a fair balance on the gender aspect. Yeah? Majority of you are cognizant that ladies need to be, protected, but we shouldn't entirely ignore the male child. Or even the aspect that you brought in, people with disabilities, the refugees, make it an all-inclusive kind of thing and not look at females only, but all the other vulnerable groups. I also think that was new to how we were approaching this, and I liked it a lot. The tech aspect has been also interesting. The last group brought out something that I didn't imagine, technology transfer. That's engaging, mind engaging, really. I didn't thought through that, but now I see that we have to have more of such discussions because the brilliant ideas are with you all, and this act is for you all. So on the whole, I've enjoyed this a lot. We're going to reduce everything that has come out into our report that is going to be presented to the Technical Working Committee for further consideration. There will be more engagements. We'll put out notices when we have such further discussions because we are still so early in the development stage of this law, policy, strategy, whatever it will be. And I understand and agree with you entirely, the last presenter, that the definition of a startup is where it all begins. Because if you can't define the startup right, then you will not appreciate the pain points of that startup or how to solve them. So it all starts with how we shall define the startup. That said, I just want to close this. Thank you so much. We've overshot the time. We also started a bit late, so I think it's... Yes, please.
Sorry, just to chip in, because I know we are wrapping out, but I thought I should probably speak something about gender, because I feel like there is a lot of misinformation and misunderstanding of what gender is. So if you allow me some 2 minutes just to clarify so that we are on the same page. There's a difference between gender and sex. It's female and male. There is what society defines of who is a man and who is a woman. So here we bring out young girls and teach them how to behave, how to be, and how to do. And then all of a sudden, when it comes to investment and startups, we are asking them, why are you not doing all this? Like your male colleagues. But we really brought them up to be in a particular way. So I would encourage all of us to just go and Google regulatory focus theory. Have a look at what women founders face and how we can just improve and make it better for them. Because me as an angel investor, I struggle to get good women founders. But it's not their fault. It's along the chain. And all of us are contributing in one way or the other. For example, when you look at that theory of prevention focus and promotion focus, we tend to ask women when they come in front, if they're pitching, what could go wrong? We are thinking it's a woman. What if you fail? What if the customers don't adapt your technology? Well, if it's a guy, subconsciously we ask, how are you going to get a new market? How are you going to scale up? And then funding ends up going to the guy. So some of these things we have to start thinking consciously and changing them. So it's not about women or men, it's about us making a better society. Sorry for sort of like looking like I'm lecturing, but I'm so passionate about gender issues and the gender lens, so I thought I have to speak up. Thank you.
That was nice. Before we close, is there anyone that's so passionate about a certain issue? This is the chance, guys. This is the chance. Because everything here is going into our laws if we get one.
Thank you. We missed a point in the text section. I don't know if someone else mentioned it, but if they didn't, we have a lot of government contracts for tech projects going to outside people. I think it would be a good policy for that to just be channeled inside. And I'm really passionate about that. Government, give us our contracts.
Thank you. Going once, going twice. Yeah? Okay.
Thank you very much. I think as you go into this exercise, my advice is for you to look at other benchmarks. If you go to countries like Malaysia, countries in the Middle East and so on, you will find that a lot of these actually prescribe a lot of the things we are talking about. So that you cannot be scared. And there's a lot of scary talk that, you are going to scare off investors. Trust me, investors are still going to come as long as there is a possibility for dividends. Nothing is going to stop them. So stop bending over backwards, and being, why are we scared ourselves? Yeah.
Thank you. Good thinking. So I think without any other request for a minute or two, I'd like to thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the insights you've shared. It's been great. I've learned stuff from you guys, stuff that I'm going to use to come off as a brilliant girl on this committee. But yeah, most importantly, I'm going to try as much as possible to represent you all and your thoughts that you shared here today. And when we put out calls for further discussions of this nature, those who are able to attend, please participate, because this is really for you. You know, it would be really great that you participate further and be a part of this journey. You know, like when you see that act come out, you will remember that something that you said is contributing to this law, and that's quite something for anyone that's participating as a player in this ecosystem. So thank you all, and I'll call on to Arthur to close us.
A big round for Helen, guys. I didn't catch the part where she was explaining some of those notice what, expedienti, what they call them, but I'm glad that you got some insights that we can actually use to develop our ecosystem. Thank you so much, as she has mentioned, for that feedback. This is a very dear process to us, near and dear to our hearts. We want to make sure we have a very good environment for entrepreneurs from all walks of life across Uganda to prosper, and that hopefully we can benchmark against this to also ensure that entrepreneurs in your different ecosystems as well are thriving. Ultimately, a strong East African ecosystem benefits all of us. So I think, who wants an extra session, or is that enough for today? It's a wrap. So great. So I think it's about that time for relax o'clock. So we have some drinks and whatnot laid on for you guys. I think we'll be by the poolside. They've not yet confirmed that, but we should be by the poolside. Then we'll transition to at 7 o'clock, which will be just on the, I don't know what that floor is. I think mezzanine floor. There's a little deck on the other side, but don't worry, we'll be ushered out there. They're setting up nice for you, so dinner will start at 7. Between now and then, feel down, unwind, relax a little bit, internalize the different ideas that have been thrown at us today, and get to know it. Also reminding you to join the WhatsApp group. I think the link was shared earlier, and it should be on your emails as well. Please join, get to know each other. Let's use that as a group to continue the conversation even beyond today. We're also requesting for your feedback. For now, you can give it to us in person, but tomorrow we'll share a little feedback form for you just to let us know what you thought about the event and what you'd like to leave with us as feedback for the next edition of this engagement. Otherwise, for today, guys, I know you're exhausted. It's to thank you for today. Let's be here bright and early. We're starting exactly at, I believe it's 9. Yeah. Exactly. We're starting exactly 9 a.m. tomorrow. So please be punctual. We have a lot of material to go through before the close of the session. So please keep time. In case of any logistical issue, I believe you all have our email addresses and contact information. Please feel free to reach out. Otherwise, for now, drinks are on. Please proceed down to the pool area. If you need to catch up on something between now and the dinner, feel free. We'll be 7. Yeah. Karibu, guys. Thank you.